think it was there? Okay, all right. At this time, I will call the May 20th, 2024 York County Transportation Committee to order. The only item we have as an action item on that agenda is York County Transportation Committee to discuss and approve the 2024 York County Transportation Plan. Dean, will you share with us what this is about?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about us updating the county transportation plan. By the C-Fund state law, we're required to update our transportation plan, which is our policy and procedures for running the program, every 4 years. The last time it was updated was March of 2020, so we are due to do it at this time. The only changes really that we need to be aware of are the increase in population and census and the 3.99 cent per gallon surcharge now. That's the end result of them having the fuel surcharge. It started in 2018, 2019. So currently it is 3.99 cent per gallon, and that is reflected in our new plan that I would ask for you to consider tonight.
Thank you, Dean. I do have a question. So obviously the population is out of our control. We just need to update the plan to reflect the actual population numbers. When it comes to the gas tax increase, that number as well is driven by state legislative numbers. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Just
Mr.
a
Roddy?
quick question. So we're at 3.99. Could you state, like, do you know what it was before we went to this 3.99?
Yes, sir. Before the surcharge increase, it was 2.66 cents. So it was a 50% increase.
So I guess what that means is that we're receiving more back annually from this gas tax, correct?
Well, yes, sir. We did have an increase in the revenue we received from the state.
So I do have a quick question too, Dean. On that, York County being a donor community, though, in regards to it, what is the actual percentage do you know what we actually get back after our commitment from being a donor community?
We are the second largest donor recipient.
Mm-hmm.
The percentage is based on a very complex calculation, in all honesty, based on the number of miles in the county, the population, and that is compared to the other counties also. Mm-hmm. So to give you an exact percentage of what we get back, honestly, I'd have to ask SCDOT for that.
Yeah.
But we are gifted in being the second largest recipient of donor money each year.
Yeah, to the state, right. I know that we end up, there's a portion of it, obviously, that, and I know the legislators have worked on us getting a larger percentage of what we actually donate to the state as far as funding wise. So anyways, I'll take that. I'll speak with our legislators on that. Thank you, Dean. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I guess basically the way I look at this, it's a formality. We don't get the luxury of deciding what the gas tax number is. If we could, that would be pretty nice to be able to do that on council. This is more of a perfunctory requirement to reflect actual population numbers and the actual gas tax number that has been approved by the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, Transportation Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll call the May 20th, 2024 York County Council meeting to order. At this time, I'll recognize the Honorable Bump Roddy from District 4 for our invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Before I get started, I just want to welcome and say hello to my good friend, Britt Blackwell, our former chairman. Good to see you back in the chambers. Yes, sir. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for watching over us. We thank you for the many blessings you bestowed upon us here in York County and beyond. We ask that you continue to lead us and guide us, that we make good, sound leadership decisions as we move York County forward in the right directions to serve all citizens. Lord, bless our servicemen and women who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect and serve us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
before we get moving forward, I do have two motions that I want to go ahead and read off here. Okay, the first motion, to move to suspend rules to bring item number 1, new business resolution recognizing National Public Works Week, forward to an item for consideration by council with its placement on the agenda before the appearance, and also to recognize any American Public Works Association members and county public works employee present.
Do we have a second? Let me ask a question about this. So if we're moving this up in the agenda item so that we can vote on this, shouldn't this be after the appearances? Or do we want this before the appearances?
Well, you could have it before, the first one before the appearances, and then the second one immediately after the appearance of Dr.
Okay,
Black.
so we're going to do the Pennies one after. Okay.
Yes.
So this one is to recognize the folks in Public Works, which is something we can vote on before we get to appearances since they are not listed. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Are we doing anything for the workers this week, or we just,
We're going to approve the resolution.
okay.
We can ask that when we get to that discussion. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Yeah, here is the second motion. Move to suspend rules to bring item number 2, new business, first reading Pennies 5 ordinance forward as an item for consideration by council with its placement on the agenda after the appearance of Britt Blackwell, and also recognize any members of Pennies committee present this evening.
All right.
Second.
Do we have a second? As I understand the motion, the purpose is to move this up front. We will have the vote as soon as we have the appearance from Mr. Blackwell. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. What number is this in?
Number 2, new business.
Number 2, new business. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Move now to the oath of office for our newly appointed board and commission members. If I call your name, if you'll please come forward, and you will be met at the front with our county attorney, who will give you the oath of office for these positions. First is Dean Hendricks for the Employee Grievance Committee, and Pierre Langevin with York County Forever District 7. Do we have just Dean tonight? Okay. Thank you, Dean. We appreciate you serving on that. According to the motions that were made, our next item is for council to adopt a resolution recognizing May 19th through 2025 of 2024 as National Public Works Week. I do not believe that we have anyone appearing on our behalf on that, but the motion is to recognize the folks that serve us in the Public Works Department, and to adopt a resolution to support that department. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the resolution for the Public Works Department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have approved the resolution unanimously. If there are folks here from the Public Works Department, we would definitely like to recognize you. Thank you for the work that you do. We know that it is oftentimes a thankless job, but if y'all are here and would like to stand up and come before council, we'd like to get a picture with you all to make sure that we share that with our community and show the folks who, sometimes a picture is even better than just words on a paper.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
our Public Works Director is ready to share a few words
Well,
too,
okay.
if y'all wouldn't mind.
We'll let you do that first, Eric. How about you do that, and then we'll get
Now we got
started.
everybody up, so that's
But It'd
perfect.
be great to have everybody standing.
Sorry
too.
about
Yeah,
that.
Come on. So thanks for having us here and providing the opportunity to discuss Public Works. So like Madam Chair said, May 19th through the 25th is National Public Works Week. It is sponsored by the American Public Works Association, APWA, and this year's theme is Advancing Quality of Life for All. So a lot of people don't know what Public Works is, so that's one of the goals to get this word out. In York County, Public Works is animal services, building maintenance, fleet maintenance, solid waste disposal, solid waste collection and recycling, road maintenance, and water and sewer. Out of all those divisions, the number one thing, the number one resource that we have is the people that are in all those positions. And like I said, we got many of them here. Some couldn't be here because they're spending time with their families, and some are still working. So we work mostly behind the scenes in Public Works, kind of don't get recognized for the daily data things that happen. We're also very public facing though, as you know, our attendance at the centers, those that come to pay their water bills, things like that. So every day, all these employees here are out there making sure you have clean water, properly maintained roads, safe vehicles and facilities to work in, trash disposal and recycling opportunities, and a safe animal community. So, like I said, many of these things go unnoticed, and so we want to kind of bring it to everyone's attention that these people are working every day to prevent any issues, but they're also there at any time or any hour or any day to resolve any issues. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate my staff, and then also thank council for providing us with the resources to do our job, to serve the citizens, and for this recognition during this National Public Works Week.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Eric. I mean, if there isn't anything more than core government functions, it's solid waste disposal, dealing with our roads and dealing with animal control. And we thank you very much for the work that you do, because it is one of those things that I think goes unnoticed. Are there any other comments from council Mr. Roddy?
You know I always have a comment. I want to say every intricate part of our York County business that we conduct, from janitors to public works to accounting to HR to sheriff department, policing our streets and roads, animal control, every one of them are critical because we are in the service business, and I think this is a great segue to what we're doing to service our community. When you hit that pothole, when you have that trash you got to take to the recycling centers or bring to the landfills, you know, we're here to service the people, and I think Public Works does a great job, along with all of our men and women that serves in any capacity, that wears that logo on their chest when they come to work, and be proud to serve what each capacity does, whether you're riding in a company car or you're riding on the back of a truck throwing asphalt in a hole somewhere, working on a maintenance or county vehicle. Everybody has a role to play, and be proud to wear that logo, because we're proud to support our employees each and every day in any way that we can. So just know that we have your backs.
Any other
Thanks.
comments from council?
Yeah, just real quick, Eric and team, you guys all do a great job. It's amazing. I mean, sometimes it's a thankless job. You guys are out there hitting it all the time, and you're hearing it directly from the public on so many different issues. But I really appreciate how quick you respond to people, how you work with people out there. And again, kudos to y'all. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add that we do appreciate you, and a lot of times, like Councilman Roddy said, or maybe you said this, it's a thankless job, but if we couldn't get you on the other line, sometimes it would be really bad. So we appreciate what you do.
A quick note to Eric. I was going to church one Sunday morning, driving through Regent Park. There was that water just pouring out, and I was like to my husband, should I call Eric? He said, well, yeah. And so apologetically, I said, I am sorry to be calling you on Sunday morning, but we have water, a big, huge water leak in Regent Park. And now I said, don't call me, I'm on my way to church. So immediately when I got out of church, he made that phone call. I mean, he's just so responsive, and you guys are so responsive. And it's like, I appreciate it, but the thing is, my people, my community appreciate it even more. And the calls that you make to say, I'm sorry if I wasn't, totally reactive on that situation, they appreciate everything. So I just thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing, thank you. I know Eric always has responded every time, and he's always gotten someone out there, and which a lot of these folks I know, and I appreciate them. Just appreciate them willing to work in today's climate.
Thank you.
I echo everything that's been said. Thank you.
Thank you
all.
so much, and I appreciate you coming out tonight to be recognized. We would like to get a picture
Thanks
with
for
you
having
all, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. Wait, get somebody tall. It blocks me out. I look like I'm not here. Short folks in the middle. No, y'all back in. I didn't mean to move you. Y'all, make sure you all get in here. Squeeze in. Get in front of each other.
You have to get way back for this.
Work those knees.
Everybody in? Everybody ready? Mike? Yeah, you're in. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone. We now move to our appearances section of the agenda. I'll recognize Dr. Britt Blackwell. Only you I would do that to. Dr. Britt Blackwell to present the Pennies for Progress 5 Commission's recommendations.
I want to say it's great to see all of you. I have tremendous respect for everything you do up there. I can feel your pain. But first, I want to introduce the Pennies 5 Commission members. Of course, I'm Brett Blackwell, the chairman. Montrose Belton is our vice chairman, if y'all would stand when I say your name. And the others in alphabetical order, Chris Leonard, who is secretary, Steve Millen, who's supposed to be here, and then Chad Williams had a previous engagement, he couldn't make it, and then we have Zachary Zapak. I got it right, didn't I? But I was very impressed with the dedication and the professionalism of every member of this commission. They committed their time from January 2023 until the end of April 2024, which included 17 public meetings. The Pennies 5 Commission met in all corners of the county, including, we added for the first time a public meeting in the Leslie Catawba community. And as sitting council members, I'm sure all of you understand how important Pennies has been to the improvement of York County roads in all sections of York County. At the end of Pennies 4, the county will have provided over $1 billion in York County's transportation network. This includes not only the sales tax itself, but all the grants and federal funds received due to the opportunities provided by the Pennies program. If you are old enough to remember what it was like before Pennies came around, 97, we were kind of the stepchild of the state. So we pretty much had to take care of ourselves. They regarded York County as kind of part of the Charlotte metropolitan area. And so the Columbia people didn't really pay attention to us. Of course, the Charlotte metropolitan area said, well, they're in South Carolina. So we started taking care of ourselves, and it's provided a lot of great improvements in our infrastructure. And as I call it, the life of a county, it's the lifeline of a county. It's the road infrastructure. In addition to the 17 public meetings, the Pennies 5 Commission also took requests all year long through the Pennies County website, where we received over 250 miles of repaving requests. The commission recognized, Pennies 5 Commission recognized our first obligation was to honor Pennies 4 commitment made to the voters. So with Pennies 5, we ensure all of Pennies 4 projects will be completed. The carryovers from 4 was much greater than we had anticipated during all our meetings until the last 2 or 3 meetings. And due to that severe inflation that occurred post-COVID, with road construction in addition to everything else. But per the information presented by Mr. Hamilton to the commission, costs have risen 50 to 200%, depending on the particular road construction line item. So with this tremendous inflationary impact on road construction, costs post-COVID, and the commission's honoring the commitment to Pennies 4, Pennies 5 was left with about $180 million for new projects. Almost half of that, we decided to, about $80 million was placed on repaving projects. By doing this and the other projects selected, the commission is providing what I prefer to call, a clean road list that will provide the best opportunity to have 100% completion of all the roads, with a high majority being done on time and under budget. So Pennies 6 will start with a clean slate. The two major widening projects chosen, the few that we could deal with, was the final 1.5 to 2 miles of Highway 21 from 160 to Sutton Road. So there will be another 4-lane option through York County to the North Carolina line instead of just having to use 77. This was the #1 option requested by RFATs, which I'm sure y'all all recognize are the experts. And Tom, I think you're on RFATs, are the experts on the roadways in York County. Also, the much needed in the Fort Mill, Debbie, the much needed, the other tied for #1 with the town of Fort Mill, or the 21 being #1 with them, but tied with 21 was the bypass. So with the bypass, and that was from widening from the railroad tracks to Holbrook Road, which we addressed as a commission the best way we could. So we did that by realizing there were enough funds to have the design and right-of-way issues completed, which per Mr. Hamilton takes 4 to 6 years to complete. So at least the heavy burden, the heavy toting will be taken care of, so when Pennies 6 comes along, they can jump right into the construction. So the time-consuming stuff, we could at least take care of that. We didn't have the 85 to 90 million to dedicate to the total project, but essentially, as I said, this will take care of the work that has to be done that first 4 to 6 years. And of course, you know, like I said, that's the design and right-of-way issues that are so time-consuming with any major widening. We also selected 14 intersection projects selected for the safety and traffic efficiency needs. We looked at 2 corridor projects that were selected as well. One was Neely Road, the other was the White Street improvements. Neely Road, which was kind of a last-minute addition to Pennies 4, was reevaluated by the city of Rock Hill, and they presented what they considered a more needed improvement on that corridor what was requested on Pennies 4. So we had a long discussion about that bump, and I know others that are concerned about it. And we just felt like, per the way it was presented, the improvements with the changes, the voters would understand and would want the improvements made to go forward with that, better than the initial request. So that pretty much covers Pennies 5 final list that's on the resolution and should have in front of you. Once again, speaking for the commission, we thank the council for your time, and we would be glad to answer any questions.
Well, first of all, and this is item 2 in new business, which is what we're moving forward with a vote on as soon as we complete this discussion. But first of all, let me say this. Thank you, Dr. Blackwell. And I want to reiterate to the folks that served on this commission, Mr. Chris Leonard, Montreal Belton, Steve Mellon, Zachary Zapak, and Chad Williams, we thank you on behalf of the community for the sacrifice and the service that you've shown to our citizens. A lot of folks don't understand the Pennies process. This is not a situation where council gets to decide the roads. There is actually statutorily a separate committee that is set up to figure out what are the best roads to put before the community And what council gets to decide solely is, do we let the voters decide to do this or not? But I will say thank you to the folks on this committee who have spent their time looking at these issues. I will certainly open this up for other folks. 17 public meetings, that's a lot of work. I know that York County was the pilot program to even institute this Pennies and set the example for folks throughout the state. I tell folks all the time that, you know, if you don't vote for this, then you don't get your roads paved. You're at the beck and call of the majority of our roads are state roads, so if you want to get your roads repaved, a program like this is what ensures that you get that done and keeps you
Well,
ahead
you
of the
know, I've
schedule.
always talked about return on investment when I sat in your seat, and this is a great return on investment. I mean, it's not perfect. Inflation just really kicked it in the gut, Pennies 4, but before it happened, 6 projects were on time, under budget, which is what I always preached. On time, under budget. Gotta have it that way. And that was, with Mr. Hamilton, that was being done, and then COVID hit. And that's when the bomb went off, so.
I don't think any of us could have expected the change in the cost. There are programs that have gone through RFATs that have literally doubled within the span of 2 years, 3 years.
We were shocked, but we can't deny the figures that were presented to us.
And I know that these projects, what I like about the map, and this is me personally speaking, every council member have a chance to speak, but what I like about the map is you can tell that you tried very hard to make sure that every area of the county was seen in
Well,
this process.
That
And-
was very important to all the commission members, that every corner of the county received the benefit of Pennies. That was one of the primary discussions.
I appreciate the work that you've done. We have moved up into the order of decision-making, the Pennies ordinance. Are there any questions that council has for the chairman or for the commission before we read the action item?
I'll just say, I know you guys worked extremely hard, and this is not an overnight process. What, a year and a half to convene, get the committee on board, pick projects, thumb through all the things that we can do to make it better. This has definitely been a game changer for our York County as well as across the state. Other counties have kind of adopted what we're doing here, and I can only imagine where we would be if we didn't have Pennies with our roads. It would be hard to imagine without all the improvements we've made since '97, I think it is.
97.
That kept or try to keep up with our responsibility of providing good, safe roadways for our community, and even those coming through our community. I'll get into the discussion as to where and how these roads are ranked in positions on the pecking order, but I did want to just say thank you to the commission for putting in the hours and the long work to bring us these projects. Like Christy said, we don't get to pick the projects. We get the committee together, convene, but our part is to vote on approving this list to go forward. So just putting out what our responsibility is with Pennies. We don't have a say in pick this road, pick that project, spend this amount of money. Our portion of this process is to vote to approve what the commission has put together to take to the voters. So just kind of putting a little education out what our involvement is with the whole Pennies deal.
Yeah. And if I can add on to that, you probably remember there's some roads I didn't really approve. I never talked to Jerry until after it was done. But then I would say, what's up with this particular situation? But what it does, I could easily swallow that, because the benefit of Pennies has been so much more than my particular perception of a particular road that really needed to work, so.
Any other questions?
Just a real comment. First of all, Brett, thank you. Thank you to the committee. Great job. And I know the time put into this. It's amazing when you look at what a penny has done through time here, you know, and we're the envy of so many counties out there where we've gotten miles and miles of roads for this penny tax, and it's served the public, you know, immensely because of us having this in this area. You know, working on the RFATs committee, it's amazing though, and you touched upon it, is the increase in cost though of what we've seen this year.
Yeah.
In the last 3.5 years, it's raised, basically 1 mile has gone from about 420,000 to about 840,000 to pave that same mile road. I mean, the cost has been immense. So congratulations to y'all, great work. Again, you got opportunities across the county. This is a great thing, and again, thank y'all, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Okay. Hi.
Thank you.
Can you reiterate the situation with 21? I mean, you made mention 21, but then you threw in the Parkway. So what's happening there?
Okay, so 21 from 160 to the North Carolina line.
Right,
And you know, right at the North Carolina line, that mucky
right. I know that. Yep.
77 and
Oh,
the
yes.
bumps and the
Uh-huh.
curve and all. So all that's to be cleaned up. And right-of-ways, and Patrick may want to talk about it more, but it's approved, the money's there for all the way down to 160. So we were left with just that 1.5, 2 miles to go to complete it to the
Right.
bridge, or they say, as they say, Sutton Road.
Right,
And it was a natural for us to say, well, why we're doing all that work? Why? It's a no-brainer just to finish it.
right. Okay, so not just to work with utilities and everything, I mean, the widening project,
Any,
the widening project.
anytime you do widening, you're dealing with utilities.
Right, but I'm saying at first, I mean, because there was only one bid that came in for the widening project, and
Oh,
then he had to go back
Yeah, I don't,
and do some additional bidding and so
Yeah.
forth, which put us behind, the timing behind. But now we're okay. You guys have approved that 21 will be officially widened, and we don't have to wait and go through a long
the
process.
ones that served with me, it was like, I don't want to hear excuses, I just want it done.
Okay,
And, and that's what I like about this list. It's a clean list. There's nothing that can really make this list a problem. So that's why I expect this to be on time, under budget. On time, under budget.
And what's
Because
the on
government,
time?
huh?
What's the on time?
Well, I mean,
Have we got an
up
on
until before Pennies 6 comes along.
Okay,
So,
Okay.
It's just
I
the
can
way-
talk more with Patrick
Yeah,
later.
yeah. So all the
Okay.
little things that, I wouldn't know what's happened, but
Yeah, okay.
that's
I got you.
questions you have to ask. Because if
Okay.
you don't ask, nobody else will.
And I do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from Dr. Blackwell before we move to the action item?
Allison doesn't have a question for me?
Does it have to be on this? Thank y'all for your hard work on this.
Oh, okay. you're
Thank you, we appreciate that. We are going to move. One last thing I would like to add, I'm very glad to see repaving increased. It's amazing to me that folks don't understand what happened with last Pennies, that we approved $50 million of repaving
For the first time.
for the first time ever. And the beauty of those projects is you don't have to pay for right-of-way. You don't have to pay for utility relocation. You're paying for roads. You're just
And we-
getting as many
and we
roads as you can
loan-
get paved.
And we loaned, what, $20 million to kick it into high gear and get finished way ahead of schedule.
Because we have been very careful with how we have cash reserves, we were able to borrow against that, start as quickly as the voters approved it, and we were able to finish those projects on time and under budget. I think we saved the taxpayers $6 million, and it was done within 4 years. So I am very thankful that there is an increase in that. I see a huge benefit to that. Those are the calls I get from folks most often is, why don't we get to my road? And they don't understand DOT controls the state roads. But if you want to get your roads paved, this is the kind of program you have to support. But I am very thankful that you increased that and saw the need to increase that. I'm
Yeah,
personally
and if you
thankful for
look at the
that.
resolution, it should have everything listed, repavings together. So it's not listed in the priority, it's just the repaving projects, but then everything else is listed in that priority.
That's excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
We
sir.
will go ahead, the council has approved before, we have moved item number 2 up so that our folks who served on this committee don't have to wait for that decision to be made. So this is about half of a page long. I don't know why we have to have these titles this long, but here we go. Council to provide first reading by title only of an ordinance to levy and reimpose a 1% sales tax and use tax subject to a referendum within York County pursuant to the Capital Project Sales Tax Act, SC Code annotated 4-10-300 et sec, as amended, to define the specific purpose or purposes and designate the projects for which the proceeds of such tax may be used, to provide for the maximum time for which such tax may be imposed or reimposed for a period provided by law, to provide the approximate cost of the projects or facilities funded from the proceeds of such tax and the approximate amount of net proceeds to be raised by such tax, to provide for a countywide referendum at the 2024 general election to permit the existing 1% sales and use tax to be reinstated and continue without interruption, to prescribe the contents of the ballot question in such referendum, to provide conditions precedent to the imposition of such tax and conditions or restrictions on the use and expenditure of such tax revenue, including utility relocation, to establish the priority in which the net proceeds of such tax, if approved in a referendum, are to be expended for the projects and purposes stated, and to provide a formula or system by which multiple projects may be funded simultaneously, to authorize the York County Board of Voter Registration and Elections to conduct a referendum, to provide for the administration of such tax, if approved, to provide for the payment of such tax, to provide for the administration of the program, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
I just had a question about the order that is listed.
Okay.
I guess since we have the commission here, and my question's going to them or staff.
All right. Either management or what's the question? And then I'll let
It's-
Josh figure out who needs to be the
As far
person
as
that.
the, how it's laid out, the 1 to 2, 3, 4, being, we're not able to adjust the order of these projects, correct? Because I always have an issue when we've had these carryover projects, how those that seemingly always fall in District 4 typically fall out to the bottom portion of the pennies. And then now that we're carrying it over, I would have thought those projects that were already defined, already started to be worked on. But I see the one that's, the Neely Road project is, what's that? Well, we have 225 million for the carryover, but the Neely Road project is not in the 225 with the US 21-5 widening, Sutton Road 557. Neely Road is all the way down in a different section.
Yeah, because I don't want to speak out of turn.
If you want to get up and answer the question.
Yeah, because the city requested modification for intersection improvements, things like that. So it really became a little bit different. We still had it as a high priority because it was part of Pennies 4, even though it was kind of an afterthought at the end, the last 30 minutes or so of the last commission meeting. But with the city's focus, when they got to focus on it, they just said, you know, this will be a lot better for everybody involved. So I guess it changed it a little bit, so it came out of the carryover and then became a ranked project. So you want to add to that? I'm kind of
I mean, because
shooting
obviously
from the hip here.
I never knew that that project was added as a last-minute, 30-minute deal as an add-on to the last minute.
It was an asterisk on it.
Yeah, Neely, if I remember correctly, Neely was actually a contingency project, which technically shouldn't have gotten to unless all of the prior projects had been completed. And so what I understand is that this was put still in the same ranking order that it normally would have been placed in to bring carryover. I think the question that Mr. Roddy asked, and I've seen this happen before, especially in areas on the south side, is for projects to be bumped down to the bottom. But this project seems to still fall within the definite range of this project will be 100% done. I'd like to know if that's not accurate.
We'll start on day 1 on this project.
Can you make sure you say that publicly?
Neely Road project will start on day 1 with all the other projects
Okay.
for design.
And we're still waiting on that widening from 901 to Rambo Road.
That's already been bid out. We have a pre-con going to be happening towards the beginning of June. So construction will start on 72 this summer.
So that's why I don't see it on this list?
It's fully funded through Pennies 4, yes.
Okay. All right.
And Bump, if you feel better, remember Mount Gallant Road? I was asking about it in 2016.
That took how
So,
long?
you know, it's gonna get done, but
And I know it's not a perfect system, but, you know, just seeing where these projects always fall, some of them do get pushed back. We're still waiting on 557 after 20-plus years.
23 years.
23 years, so I just want to keep track on what's been voted on and promised to the voters. And I think you guys did a good job of making sure everything that was voted on is going to get done before we start adding a whole new laundry list of.
And I'll be honest with you, I kind of looked, because I'm an old southern boy, South Rock Hill, so I kind of watched where it fell in the new listing. And it was well within, there may be a few that are bumped, but that won't be one of them
Okay,
for its ranking.
thank you.
So.
Thank you, Patrick.
Are there any other questions that we have on this project before we move forward? Any other comments or questions? I will say, it's important to me because it was something that I don't think until you get on this council you pay close attention to. The reality is the commission works hard to come up with a list. And our job as council, we can either say yes or no. That's our job. And I never have a problem with putting things to the voters. I mean, they're the ones who ultimately decide this. And I feel confident that the job that you guys have done, that you've put together the best list that can go to the voters and let them decide that. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much for being here tonight, for sharing the information with our council on this. We do have another appearance tonight. We have Andy Clinton with Visit York County to provide the annual report.
Good evening. Appreciate you guys having me. And that's now, you guys saw me this past Tuesday as well. That was not planned. We had the budget, so now this is kind of our annual update. It is National Travel and Tourism Week, so it's a great opportunity for us to highlight tourism in York County and the difference that our organization is making. So I'll go through this. I have a few guests along with me. That way you're not just hearing from me. I think it's good for you guys to hear from, a restaurant, hear from a hotelier, hear from an events rights holder as far as what we're doing for this community. I told you guys I was going to recycle a couple slides, so I can go through these quick, but I think they are important slides. I have these in all of our presentations as far as how our organization operates, that it does stem from York County Council. It goes to our 15-member board. I do have Chip Hutchison behind me. He is our board chair this year, so appreciate all of his support as well as the rest of our board. Our funding sources, our destination marketing fee, which is our hotel membership program, as well as municipality, tourism taxes, and grants. That's you guys as well, the York County accommodations tax. And ultimately that funnels to tourism. Once again, you guys saw this slide, so I won't hit it too hard. You guys understand our mission as far as what we do. We are tourism for the county. I think that last line is always important, that our mission is tourism, but I think that our social media channels, our website, what we do affects the local community as well. Focus areas, third on that list is really important to me, that we support York County businesses. You guys that were upstairs this afternoon from 4 to 6 understood what some of those businesses, what they mean with our organization. Some of these farms, some of these restaurants, Carowinds was up there. So it's great to support those businesses. Do want to highlight our staff. They're all cleaning up upstairs right now, but they do a phenomenal job. And really, I've been in this position right around 1.5 years now, and it was something where our organization was going through a transition process, and they could have gone elsewhere. I really appreciate their support in this organization, their support of me, and their trust. I could not do this job without them, so I really do appreciate everything that they do. And I think it's important that they all live in this county. They all have families. They have kids. They're going to these restaurants. I mean, that's something, I've seen many of you guys going to festivals or going to events. It's important for our staff. It's important to me, to my kids. We make this county a great place to live, work, and play. Partnerships. This is, we don't own any facilities. We are marketing, so everything we do has to be a partnership. You can see that through the municipalities and through our budget. A lot of those partnerships below is through whether that's hosting events or marketing breweries through the Yoko Brew Trail. We also have an enhanced partnership with with the chamber as well as York County Economic Development. I've been working with Dean Fail, with David Swenson. We understand that we're stronger when we're working together. There is a mission that all of us serve, kind of that quality of life component. We all win when we have great parks and great trails and great restaurants. That helps all three of our organizations, and we need to understand how do we have that clear message that all of us can market and promote that, and we're working on that. You'll see some things, some items, hopefully here in the next 6 months to a year, where we're making an effort for our three organizations to work together. Our hotel program, you guys are familiar with 85% of our budget is through hotels. Our occupancy level is at 60%, so that's important to us. And you guys can see from COVID on, we are trending in the right direction. Our preferred hotel program, we're up to 25 preferred hotels. Our average daily rate is up 3%, so that's great to see how our rate is getting to $100, which is strong. That bottom left is a good number as well, that we are 1.1 million as far as collections for our destination marketing agent, or for our destination marketing fee. That's up 7% from last year. And I'm actually going to have Natalie Hoekstra with the Hilton Garden Inn, and she actually recently got promoted to Regional Director of Sales for Raines Hospitality. She's going to come up here, share her experiences as far as like a hotel working with Visit York County.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening, York County Council. I want to take this opportunity to personally say thank you for allocating accommodations tax dollars to Visit York County. I have been a hotelier in York County for over 10 years, and I can tell you that having a thriving CVB has been a vital part of the growth of our hotel's business. They provide strategic marketing that goes beyond our hotel reach, community volunteer opportunities, lead generation that turns into actualized revenue and economic growth. They think outside the box, building partnerships, county-wide partnerships, truly, for the overall good of both residents and visitors alike. In addition to working in York County, I am also a proud D2 resident. My two boys are part of the Clover School District, and I spend much of my time on the soccer fields at Field Day Park. I am grateful to live, work, and play in York County. Our thriving tourism industry has allowed me to provide for my family and give back to this community that I love. This morning, I was privileged to go with Andy to the governor's mansion. There we gathered with others across the state to kick off National Travel and Tourism Week. To hear Governor McMaster make this proclamation was a true testament that travel and tourism are alive and well in our great state. Then, this evening, attending Taste of Tourism, I had that same sentiment and that same sense right here in York County. This is a time to celebrate, embrace, and enjoy that all our county has to offer, from amazing restaurants, a brew trail, award-winning festivals, arts and culture, performances, green spaces, lake life, historical museums, sporting events, and the list goes on and on. York County, South Carolina is on the travel and tourism map, and I believe Visit York County has played a crucial role in getting us there and can keep us there for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can see why Natalie is, she's a part of our board. She's on our executive committee. She's a great advocate, not only for Visit York County, but the county as a whole. That yes, she represents as a hotelier, but she also, she lives in Clover. She knows kind of where we're coming from as far as an organization. So happy to have her a part of this team and a part of York County. Getting into some of our events, we had another successful year as far as events in York County. Sports tourism is huge. We do have a partnership with the city of Rock Hill. You guys are familiar with the BMX World Championships that just took place this past week. Lots of great events going on throughout the entire county. You can kind of see that from some of those logos. Anything from basketball, you have youth mountain biking, disc golf, cornhole, youth football, goat boater, which is paddle boarding. So lots of great events going on in this area. Once again, you guys can see as far as where we cover the entire county. It's great that, we do have the city of Rock Hill and their facilities. We also have Carowinds. We also have the lake as an asset. We have high schools. So it's great to be able to bring all of these events all over the county. First time that we're over $100 million for direct economic impact. That's up 14% from last year. Now I'm going to have Rick Lewis speak. He's with Phenom Hoops, their travel basketball event company, and they do a phenomenal job. Really built a relationship with Rick for years now, so I'll have him come up briefly.
My name is Rick Lewis. I'm with Phenom Hoops. I want to thank Andy Clinton and also Visit York County for having me here tonight. Just want to tell you a little bit about Phenom Hoops first, but we wear a lot of different hats. We are an NCAA scouting service. We have over 200 schools that take our service, whether it's Duke, UNC, Kentucky, Kansas. We have schools like South Carolina, Clemson, mid-major, low majors, D1, D2s, a host of different people that take our service. We also host scholastic events. We were a partnership with Andy some time ago with the Battle of the Rock, and we were instrumental in getting some of the more national level teams like Oak Hill into the event. I also partner with people like Mike Jaminski, Ish Smith, and also George Lynch, and we do scholastic events in the Charlotte area. We're a basketball family with the Lewises. My 3 kids, I had a daughter, Bridget, who played college basketball, my son, Colby, who's now with Phenom Hoops. He played at Charlotte. He was a coach at Charlotte, also at UMBC. My youngest son, Tyler, was a McDonald's All-American at Oak Hill Academy. He went to NC State and went to Butler, and the last game of the year was against UNC. When UNC won the national championship, they beat them in the Sweet 16. The city of Rock Hill and Phenom Hoops has a lot in common. After spending 35 years in the textile business, I noticed Rock Hill has the old cone mills. I lost my job in 2009 and made this a full-time business. Our business has grown, and we've been fortunate to have dozens of players who are now in the NBA come through our platform. The most famous are Zion Williamson, John Morant, but these were unknown players going into their junior year. And a true story, I was friends with Mac McMahon, who went to Appalachian State, where I went. He was at Murray State. We had a high school event junior year. He came and was looking for players, and I told him about a game like John Morant. He went back and looked at him, and he got to Murray State, and the rest is history. In 2019, we started a relationship with Visit York County and also the Rock Hill Recreation, Parks and Recreation. And that's at the time when they were building a 9-court facility, and I got to know Andy. We developed a relationship. As a matter of fact, I was doing a lot of events in Spartanburg, and we was doing a lot of NCAA live events, and he talked me into bringing the event here to the York County. And we were using schools like Catawba Ridge, Nation Ford, Fort Mill High School, York Comprehensive, and Clover. And, that first year we brought 200 teams, and it was important because he was able to offer me some, economic assistance to bring in the teams here. We do a lot of events. We do about 30-some travel ball events a year. We do about 8 in the York County area. We do events in Raleigh, Richmond, Virginia Beach, but to be honest with you, Visit York County stands above the crowd, also with the Rock Hill Parks and Recreation. While Rock Hill was not a destination city in 2019, building a first-class facility and having people like Andy Clinton made Rock Hill an attractive location, not to mention the financial support in terms of sponsorship to help fund the cost of facilities and having comp rooms for our staff with a significant selling point. And it is, for our standpoint, a very competitive business. We have grown at Phenom where, just to give you an idea, we do 8 events a year. Last weekend, we had an event that had 230 teams. Earlier in April, we had 280 teams. that came to the York County. We were using the Rock Hill Sports and Event Center. We were also using York Comprehensive. We were using Clover. And we were also using Rock Hill High School. So we do try to venture out as much as possible. And in our situation, we can get more teams. It's just been a matter of having court inventory, whether the school systems are able to rent out the facilities that particular weekend. Like, for example, this weekend, I had to cut the list off at, last weekend at 2:30. I couldn't get any other high schools because they were already booked for other reasons. So, it's a situation where we're really growing in that regard. And I just want to give you some numbers here, just to give you an idea. Recently, we had 280 teams in April. We used Rock Hill and all this, the different schools in the area. If you take 280 teams with an average of 10 players per team, that's 2,800 people coming into Rock Hill just for players alone. We usually use a formula if there's almost 1.5 spectators per player. So if you do that, that's 4,200 spectators. So an average there of 7,000 people coming into the county for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I just use as a rule of thumb for us, like this last weekend, we had 13 different states represented this weekend. I know we had almost 16 teams from the state of Florida. So if you just take the average number, and I said, of being conservative, if you take the, basically 70% of the people that came are outside 1 hour radius of this area. They usually get hotels. So I use that as a baseline. So I basically calculated that probably 4,900 people came into it that had the opportunity to use hotels. You divide that by 3.5, you're looking at 1,400 rooms for the weekend. And this is the same weekend that we had the BMX going on in York County as well. This weekend, a week later, we're doing another event, Memorial Day. We already have 200 teams lined up. We would have more, but again, it's Memorial Day, so we can't get some of the schools. So that's a situation that, we can't prevent to get more teams there. So that just gives you an average idea of the number of teams that are coming in, the economic impact. We do 8 events here a year. And like I said, we probably average 150 to 160. We have three or four events where we get way over 200. And a lot of that goes back to the fact that, in my opinion, the Visit York County and also the Rock Hill Parks and Recreation, we've been a really good partner with both, and I've known Andy for a long time. But the idea of having money available to us helps us out tremendously, because it is competitive. I can go to Greensboro, almost every event that I go to Greensboro, I'm gonna bring 200 teams in. They're gonna say, okay, here's your $5,000 to help with some of the costs, so forth and so on. And almost every place that we go to, the visitor bureau for each location is trying to get people like ourselves into the city so they can bring in all these teams and bring in the economic impact to the city. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, Rick. And it's, and it's important that, and I spoke about this last week, as far as like, we can tailor our marketing message, and we work with Rick through his social media channels. We geofence different high schools. We have different sandwich boards and QR codes that, when he has teams in Clover, we cater the messaging towards Clover. When he is using the Sports and Event Center, we cater it to Rock Hill or York. But I'll now get more into some of our marketing. I do want you guys to take a good look at this graph, because it is staggering. We're always one where, we saw in 2019 we're more hovering around trying to get past 500,000 views for our website. We have done a phenomenal job with our website going from 2022 to 2023. You can see where, we went from under 1 million, we're right at that 800,000 range, to we're now coming up close to 2 million. We're at 1.8, which is huge. That's a huge increase. So we're doing a lot of great things with our website, really getting creative as far as connecting our social media channels, having some, the imagery, the blogs, the videos. You also see that with our Yoko Buzz, which I hope you guys are tuned into that, but that's our weekly email that we have. It has over 55% open rate, close to 16,000 subscribers. That's phenomenal to have an open rate of over 50% with that many people on it. Some more of our marketing, you guys can see, you know, we have influencers, we have bloggers, we have travel writers that come in. We do some advertising through different magazines. So we do keep busy as far as figuring out the best place to market, whether that's in Rock Hill or Fort Mill, Clover, advertising some of the farms. So we do a really good job. This is actually one of our influencers that we hired, and she did a great job covering Clover, and it did extremely well, you know, taking a tour with her kids throughout Clover. So that's, you know, this is very important to what we do and our overall mission. Also, Yoko Buzz, it's great that we now have breweries throughout the entire county. That's another one where you see our page views for the Yoko Buzz up 133%. That's a very popular initiative for us, and it's great to support all of our breweries throughout the entire county. So we're going to continue to build on that, and I think that's something that we have. That, you know, we have so many breweries in York County, and we want to support all of them. And then, you know, lastly, our destination guide. That's our main piece. We did go from having many pieces of information, different brochures. It's great that we have this main piece where we highlight the entire county. We go through different, you know, blogs, great, you know, 10 items to do under $10. We pass out 30,000 of those a year. It's a great initiative for us. And finally, I'm going to bring up Chef Rob Masson. He's been another partner and friend of mine, and somebody he can speak to, you know, what we do as far as for his restaurant, but also overall for the hospitality industry as well.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening. I don't have a bunch of papers put together for you guys tonight, and I really do feel like I am a small fish in a really big pond right now, come to talk to you guys, but I kind of think that's why I'm here. So if I could just start, I'll tell you a little bit about Counter. I own a restaurant called Counter, downtown Main Street, Rock Hill. I may have seen a few of you guys there in and out. Thank you for your support. You know, Visit York County has been an integral part in our business and the growth of Counter before day one, and I'm not even sure that everybody knows this, but you know, I am from Rock Hill. I grew up here. I came back to Rock Hill in 2019 to pursue this Counter project, and I started getting a hard time by the public for, you know, the historical facility that we were about to come in to and revitalize. So we were able to reach out to somebody with Visit York County at the time. This was pre-Andy, and they were able to set me up with a meeting with Mr. David Williamson, a member of the Friendship Nine. And I sat down with David one day, and when we were in construction mode, and we just talked, and it was really cool. We talked just like I was talking to my granddad. We talked about fishing. We talked about everything. We talked about his experience at the Counter. And he really helped shape the Counter concept. And it was important to me that I was able to ask his permission to do what I wanted to do at the Counter, and get the permission of him and his fellow Friendship 9 members. And that day, he gave me permission, and we invited them to be the first members, or first of the public, to come and eat at Counter when we opened. So that was really cool. He didn't think that we would have enough food for him and his family, but we did that night. So we opened, we were in construction during COVID. I'm sure everybody remembers those fun times. We opened December 15th, 2020. And I think in March of 2021, somebody with Visit York County at that point had reached out, and we were able to get an interview, and we were on the 6 o'clock evening news with Nora O'Donnell. They came down to Rock Hill, and they hung out with us for a couple of days, and they filmed, and they talked about the Friendship 9, and they talked about Counter, and they talked about me, and they talked about, you know, my vision, and talked about me being a homeboy from Rock Hill, and it was just really cool to help us get on the map, help us grow. we're a small business that does really big things, and that's really cool. That year also, Visit York County also nominated me, and I was able to receive the Epicurean Partner Award of the year 2021. That's out of 14 different regions in the Southeast. That's really, really a unique position to hold. I was super excited. So we're only open, less than 12 months, and this is all happening. And I sure didn't reach out to anybody and nominate myself for anything, so I can tell you that that came from them. Let's see. 2023, I was nominated by Visit York County to be in consideration for one of the South Carolina State Chef Ambassadors, and I was able to receive and execute that position in 2023 and was able to travel all over the state. And my job was to, highlight, the cool things that South Carolina had to offer, not just York County, but all of South Carolina. But boy, let me tell you all the cool things that I learned about York County and all the farmers and all the things that are just right in our backyard. And I would have never been able to do that without the support of Visit York County for sure. Most recently, they nominated also with the Chamber. My Director of Operations, Alicia Fernandez, received the Hospitality Partner of the Year Award here in York County, so that's pretty cool. It looks great for us as well. She does a bang-up job, and we're happy to have her. Again, none of that would have been, capable or happening without their support. It goes beyond me. Let's see, they were an intricate part in the exhibit that we host here there at Counter about the Friendship 9, the 30 days they spent behind bars. If you've not had time to go and check that out, it's worth a good couple hours to go read and see the exhibit. But they were intricate in that on a daily basis, along with many others. Again, I said we're a small business that does big things. We've been open now just over 3.5 years, and we're doing over $2.5 million in sales, and we've got 72 seats, and I think that's pretty cool. Sitting downtown Rock Hill, we're not a big company, corporate company. I don't have bank loans and investors. I have partners and I have a team, and I had to learn a long time ago that my business outgrew me, and I look at them as part of my team. And I really believe that if you surround yourself with good people, you won't fail, and they're part of those good people that are with me. So I don't know what else to say. I'm sure I'm forgetting quite a few things, but he mentioned that there was transition a year and a half ago with the organization, and it almost broke my heart to think about that they might not be able to do all the good things for everybody that they're doing in York County. So my relationship with Visit York County precedes Andy, but it sure didn't change at all when Andy took the reins. So I appreciate him and his entire team, and I appreciate you guys tonight listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just end it on this. We've had a very successful year. You guys can tell that. And I did want, it's one thing for me to come up here and talk to you guys, but we really are trying to truly make a difference in this community. We're trying to help out these businesses. So I think it's good for you guys to see that firsthand and see that this evening at the event that the job that we're trying to do. And we have another, big year coming up. We have NCAA Division I cross-country regionals. We have the NCAA Basketball Academy. These are all events that, that bid took place 3 years ago. So that's something to, keep note of as far as, once again, we're trying to look for stability in our budget. We're trying to look for consistency. We have to have that if we're going to bid on events, 2, 3, 4 years out. So something to just keep in note as we continue to thrive and be successful. So appreciate the time this evening, and glad some of you were able to make it by our Taste of Tourism event. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah,
Are there
thank
any
you,
questions? Any questions?
I just want to know real quick, I know things are growing, and the more we're growing, the more we want to keep advertising and pulling people here, whether they're first-time visitors or repeat visitors. I know we're not asking about any kind of budget, but I did want to know, have we increased any funding to your organization, or how do we look with the funding going forward next year?
I'll touch on that. The council made a decision a while back. They received $300,000 of accommodation taxes from state and local. The State Accommodation Tax Committee met last night and made a recommendation. I don't know if you were aware of that, Andy, that they'd met. But there's a recommendation, and to remind you of how that process works, that recommendation will come before council, and y'all have last year, if you remember, y'all moved a lot of money around in that. I think I've reviewed the results of what the committee's recommending, and I think y'all will be happy with that. I think the CVB will be happy with that.
Okay, look
So
forward to
that,
hearing it.
you'll be seeing that at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Andy?
Just a quick comment. I think what Kevin was saying was there's 300,000 allocated, but then we had other organizations ask us for monies. So we allocated those monies to them through the CVB. So it's not the same as allocating money directly
Directly
to
to
you.
them, right.
Yeah, there is a difference, just for clarification.
When
Am I
we
right?
get to the budget.
Is that correct?
I
don't
think when
wanna
we get to the budget,
mistake.
I know that the 300,000 is a fixed number that comes from
fixed
H-tax. There's an A-tax contribution to that it sounds like was just decided, so.
But I was asking for an increase
Yeah, I'm-
directly to.
Just right now, the money the committee is recommending, and that we've got to go through the committee. The committee has to make a recommendation. I don't think management's going to deviate from that recommendation. Then it's going to go to council. Council does not have to follow that recommendation. Last year, y'all moved money around, and y'all earmarked some money for the CVB. The money in this year's allocation is not earmarked for this or to advertise the BMX event or whatever it might have been. There's just a dollar amount that they allocated for the CVB as well as the variety of other organizations that applied. So that's the amount of money that y'all get drew every year from the
Can you,
state of
Kevin, can you just share what the A-tax committee approved for CVB allocation? I realize that's coming up later, but
Directly to them.
directly to CVB.
I'll get, you want me to get with Andy after the meeting?
I'm
I'd rather,
sorry,
there's a group of people that have information. I don't want to piecemeal it out. I'd rather give it to.
was it a
deliver
public meeting? Guess I'm.
Yes, yes.
You get, they recommended, I think, about 93,000, Andy, is what they've recommended to the CVB, which is, I believe that's more than you got last year, and there are no strings attached to that. So like I was saying, I believe Andy's going to be happy with that additional money. But again, that has to be voted on by council as a whole.
Is that
to
an
approve
additional
that, whatever the
93?
budget-
Well-
Additional money above the 300, yes, sir.
93 on top of 300.
Yes, sir. The 300,000 is the base that council has set up for the CVB to get, and every year, they're in the pot to compete for the additional dollars.
But
They-
if,
Just to bring us, this is probably more of a budget question, so I don't know that my understanding from you, Andy, your request is 450 total contribution from the county?
Yes.
From what other source that is. So that's at least the request that they've made. We as council have to look at the budgetary. And I think one other question that might be helpful for council is just to know what was allocated to CVB last year, total funding.
but again, I think it's important to note that he's asking for $450,000. The Arts Council may come to us and say they would like $15,000 for the Jazz Festival, let's just say. And we may decide to not give it to the Arts Council, but give it to the CVB to promote the Jazz Festival. So there is a difference in allocating money directly to them and taking the accommodations tax and figuring out how we're gonna divvy it up, because people are gonna ask us for that money. So we either give it to them, or we give a portion of it to them, or we send it to the CVB. But there is a difference,
Because he
unless
can't,
I'm missing the point.
because he can't use that money to go out and secure spots for future events. That additional money went so other organizations can go to him. My question was, are we tooling Andy with a little more resources so that he can bid and secure future events? Because last year, we gave him that money for other local organizations to work through them to be allocated those funds. And I was more asking the question of a direct budget that he's able to go out and use in advertising or recruiting events that he didn't have to worry about shifting any of those funds to any of other organizations. That was my question. But if we're saying we're looking to increase his to 393 versus the 450 that he asked for, I understand now we've added 93,000 to his budget.
My recommendation would be to wait till the budget discussion, if y'all want. I mean, we're getting into the weeds on the budget right now, but we can talk about it, but I think it'd be helpful if we have a little more time to give y'all feedback and share what's in there versus what's being requested, but.
I think that makes sense. I think that, I just wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to clarify your ask.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm very big on, I just think our organization should grow as accommodations tax increases. So, let's say the following year, the total accommodations tax, grew X percent. I feel like we should grow as accommodations tax grows. And if it doesn't grow, then, maybe it shrinks, Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we did see that during COVID. That's just the reality. So that's my thought process with it. But
Any other questions for Andy before? we
Yeah,
go?
real quick, Andy, yeah, thank you for you and your team, what you guys do. And what we see here is a creation of small businesses that are starting to thrive. And, it's one of the things on economic development, we want to focus on small business opportunities. So what y'all are doing here, you're giving a foundation of that, and a place for people to go to advertise their business. One of the things that, as we grow our parks too, as we bring in events and those types of things, the value of what y'all are doing here is going to be really important. The last thing I want to comment is on the restaurant there. Even when it comes to education, I'm sure that some of the schools are looking at increasing their culinary teachings to, again, give the ability for additional restaurants or people that want to stay in the area and start their own business. They have that culinary training, and, you guys can be an influencer in that community, that space. So, anyways, thank you.
thank
Any
you.
other-
Appreciate it.
Any other
Well-
questions?
I'd just like to tell him I've enjoyed what we did this evening. It was good, and tell all the vendors they had real exceptional snacks for us, I
Excellent.
guess.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do
Thank
think
you.
you guys do a tremendous, you're very professional, transparent, and I like the changes that have been made from the last regime to this. I like the idea that you respond to small businesses in our area, born and raised here folks, if they ask you for help, that you help highlight their business, and I think that's critical, and that's important to what they do. Thank you for being here tonight. We move now to our public forum session, and it looks like we have just a few folks that signed up for that. When I call your name, if you'll come forward, please give your name and address. And if you'll kindly pay attention to the screen, this is an opportunity where we get to hear from you. And so we do not engage in questions. We don't ask you questions. We just simply listen to what the community has to do. It is first come, first serve. We only had a few folks sign up tonight. I just ask that you keep your comments professional and geared towards county business, no personal attacks. And because we don't get a chance to respond back to you. We're here simply to listen to what you have to say related to county business. First up, Cynthia Mooney.
Cynthia Mooney. I own a 50-acre tree farm at 368 Cedar Grove Road. I am here to speak against the rezoning case 2412. I hope by now y'all realize that a small subdivision is being created on the Sigmund's land. I'm still a little confused as to why council chooses to vote against their own future comprehensive land use plan of 2035. I haven't really gotten any clear answers other than there are other RUD properties in the vicinity. When I moved to York County in the 80s, I fell in love with my property and the tree farm and the farmland surrounding it. I felt like I could breathe. I felt one with the earth. There were 5 houses on small parcels nearby. However, they too were surrounded by the trees and the farmland. At the time, I was young and naive, never thinking that the landscape on my small piece of heaven on earth would change. As time passed, I was offered the opportunity to purchase part of the tree farm. However, I had to work 3 jobs and take a second mortgage against my house to do so. The Sigmunds have already created 4 RUD lots. I found out that they were it was an uncle instead of the father, but to me, it's still the Sigmunds. So they've already created 4 lots. And if you vote yes to 2412, that would be 6 lots. And when you add that to the 5 lots, that's a small subdivision. I am rooted and my heart runs deep in York County. I am a 6th-generation descendant of Jacob Mooney Jr., who was a captain in the Patriot Army and fought at the Battle of Kings Mountain. I urge you to vote with your heart and what is the best for all residents of Cedar Grove Road instead of just a few. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this name. It looks like Davier or Xavier Tufty.
Name is Xavier Tufty. I'm a resident of 423 Shoreham Lane, Fort Mill in Regent Park. I am coming to speak in favor of the ordinance change related to the setback for property lines and it related to the water lines. We have a tremendous amount of growth going on in this county right now, and that growth has created some unintended consequences, particularly as it relates to water runoff. One of the major issues that we have to deal with, as we see the kind of growth that we're pursuing, as evidenced by several of these presentations tonight, is more people. And ultimately, when you have more people that want to move into the county, what happens is you end up compressing infrastructure that gets used in a way that, sometimes doesn't keep up with the pace of growth. And, one of the net results to that has been flooding in the Regent Park area. I am in favor of the ordinance update. I believe that many of my neighbors are in favor of that update as well. I believe that it's also going to have an impact not just for that county, that section of the county, but it's going to end up having an impact for other areas that may not be growing quite as quickly, but ultimately will see the kind of growth that we are seeing in the northeast end of the county. If you are on the fence at this time about whether or not to support that ordinance, I would encourage you to take some time to think about what the future growth is going to look like for not just the northeast end of the county, but also for the entire county as a whole. York County is really one of the top 5 fastest growing counties in this state. It's also in the top 100 counties in terms of growth in the country.
Thank you, sir.
When
One thing I neglected to tell folks who signed up, and I'll make sure that you give an opportunity, my job is to make sure that folks get the 2 minutes and move forward. Because this is a public hearing item, if you wish to come back and speak, you certainly can do that when we get to the public hearing portion of the agenda. But I do need to cut off at the 2 minutes. Thank you, sir. Tony Smith.
Tony Smith, 4249 Share Road, Sheridan, South Carolina. I would like to touch on what Ms. Mooney said earlier, that she does have a tree farm. She has all those things, but her property is also zoned RUD. What I've got in front of you, there's been a lot of confusion, I feel like, from some council members over this rezoning. And so I just wanted to point out a few things. This kept getting compared to this rezoning that y'all saw a couple months ago, which is the first page, which is, I believe, in Mr. Roddy's district. If you look on the corner of the corner of Sims and Rambo or Ogden Road, whichever. Anyways, you can look at the whole thing. That's all green. That's all AGC. There's no RUD on that page. So what Mr. Roddy was referring to was spot zoning. If you'll flip to the back page, you can see my property that I'm asking to be rezoned, which is marked in red. All of that light is RUD. So we can talk about the comp plan and how it doesn't fit the comp plan. Well, if that's the case, then comp plan's off on hundreds of properties around this parcel. So, I mean, staff sets a comp plan. We as a council is supposed to vote whether this fits or that doesn't fit on an individual basis. So, I mean, my opinion, looking at that, how does my parcel not fit the comp plan or not fit to be rezoned to RUD when everything around is on RUD? But I just wanted to point that out and not to really hone in on that rezoning, but it's been compared to it quite a few times. Again, I'll touch on the 17 flyers that went out surrounding this parcel, the mailers that went to the neighbors. 10 of those parcels are smaller than what I'm asking to be rezoned here. And I've deed restricted it to 3 acres. I'm asking for low density. The chickens have been a wonderful topic on social media in the last 2 weeks. I want to build a house where somebody can have chickens and a garden and all that, and they can have that in RUD. They can have 2 homes on 3 acres with chickens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public forum session. Do we have a motion on consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to page 14 of the agenda for council to our first public hearing. Council to hold a public hearing and consider second reading of an ordinance to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 151, Flood Damage Prevention, to adopt the Regent Park Flood Study and accompanying maps, to establish the Regent Park Floodplain Overlay District, to amend and adopt higher standards above the National Flood Insurance Program's minimum standards based on a no adverse impact approach to floodplain management for development within the Regent Park Floodplain Overlay District, to revise chapter definitions, section references, and other de minimis clarifications, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto. Is there any information to be presented before we open public hearing? Nope. No information? No information from staff? We're moving straight into public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? If you would, and you guys just please keep coming up as soon as the next person is done, if you'll just come forward, give your name and address before you start speaking.
My name is Tanya Burton. I live at 625 Heritage Boulevard in Fort Mill, Regent Park. On January 9th, my home flooded due to some of the things that Xavier was saying. I live in my home with my husband, my 2 teenage sons, my 87-year-old mother, and our dog. We purchased our home in August of 2022, and a friend, neighbor, the week before we closed, informed us that our home flooded in 2020. We were told that it was a 1 in 500 year event, and it was unlikely to happen again. Yeah. Okay. That's not the order. Okay. However, a little over 3 years later, it happened again. Both events happened because the culverts downstream from our house could not handle the volume of water and backed up, overflowed, and eventually filled our home with over 2 feet of water. While our situation seems to be the worst, we are not the only home affected in our community when it heavy rains. These are the images are the streams behind my home. And this is the HOA Regent Park culvert behind my home. You can't really tell because of all the foliage and overgrowth. This is after that flooding, a few days later. On the left is the Regent Park HOA culvert, and on the right is the York County culvert. This sits on Regent Parkway. This is the Google map of my house, the culverts to the right, and Shoreham Lane, 423 and 424, which are the other 2 homes gravely affected by the flooding. The Regent Park culvert, the HOA culvert, is a choke point. It is like a straw coming down 2 streams connecting behind my house. It's like a straw going into a larger culvert, York County culvert. It is a choke point. It backs up. It backed up from the creek bed 17 feet to breach my home 26 inches, caused $200,000 worth of damage between property and personal. I'm not an engineer, but in my opinion, that Regent Park HOA culvert needs to be ripped out. The berm needs to come out, that metal needs to come out. You will see eventually in these slides that it is actually collapsing. And because of all the water and runoff, the land is eroding. The trees that are completely undermined along the waterbed. This is a video. If I just hit the next button, will it play? Okay. This is a video, which you can't see, but that water there is those culverts, and it's completely inundated those culverts, and what it is a big, giant, swirling whirlpool. My house is now underwater. This is across the street on Regent Parkway, across the street. The other culvert that runs behind Andy Lytle has ponds back there. Those ponds are inundated with sediment that has come down runoff. There's nowhere for the water to go once it gets to that spot. It's just inundated with sediment. It needs to be dug out. Andy Lytle actually has said that he would donate those ponds to the county to clean them out. We also know that Norfolk Southern Railroad is there with a tunnel that was built in 1882. Now, maybe 2 people live there, and now there's thousands of us living there. Norfolk knows about this problem, and they are working with the county. I've been told by Mr. Bolin that they aren't in agreement with the surveys, but I don't really know what that means in extension. But they need to work on their end, the county needs to work on their end, and our HOA needs to do something. This will happen again. When it rains, I watch my creek bed rise. It's very an emotional thing, you know? This is my home on a normal day. I love my home. I want to save my home. This is the creek behind my house on January 9th. This is it a few hours later. It rose up, I don't know, within 3 hours, 17 feet from the creek bed. My husband is 6 foot tall, can stand in the creek bed, and he just reaches the height of it, where it reaches my property. This is it as we watched it reach our home. This was a video you can't see. This is the front of my home.
Oh, wow.
My neighbor as well, and my husband and I were in the creek bed yesterday pulling out debris. Literal spiders this big, and we're in there with boots to our knees, pulling out logs and debris. We were told by HOA that it was our responsibility. It is not our land. The creek belongs to them. This is my home. This is also a video. It walks through my entire bottom floor with fans, with the remediation by AquaDry, 24/7 AquaDry, who had me dry in 3 days. Amazing company, blessed my life, blessed our family. We have a brand new home, but how long do we have a brand new home? This is Shoreham Lane. Beautiful home. They have a 4-foot fence that was inundated by water, which you'll see. They have a drop-off after that that's 8 feet. They've had to put in an iron wall to keep the creek bed from eroding any more of their property. This is the water on January 9th. This is their side of their house, front of their house. This is their neighbor. This is their normal backyard. As you can see, there's metal grating. They had to spend thousands of dollars to do that. And it's still eroding. You don't have the pictures of the culvert from yesterday? Yes. You do not? Is it okay if I approach and give you an iPad so you can see them?
If you want to email, this is, we are still at second reading.
Yeah.
But if you want to email the pictures to
I
Karen,
did email her.
That one too? The one she's talking about? Okay. If you can make sure that council sees that information, forward copies of that to each council member.
Because that is the culvert as of yesterday. The metal is bowed inside. It's collapsing. And the erosion around it is intense. There's a ginormous tree there that has it's been completely undermined underneath. It's causing serious damage to the drainage systems. The force of the water is overwhelming existing defenses, leading to extensive erosion. Along the creek bed, throughout the neighborhood, it's becoming a serious hazard as trees are losing their ground underneath. The flooding of Regent Parkway has had far-reaching consequences for our community. Addressing these issues requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders to implement effective mitigation strategies and ensure the resilience of the community against future flood events. I can't express the criticalness of something happening soon. It's a choke point. It's just, it backs up and it happens really fast. The urbanization of Regent Park, the rapidness of the growth there has caused this. Planning and development just continually to grow the community. It's increased all this runoff. You know, we need to if we're gonna, when you did all this building or when they did all this building, they should have addressed the drainage system and the sewer system. I mean, I know there's one sewer system that completely comes up out of the ground on High Point, and I don't have pictures of that. But the inundation of ponds and tunnels with the sediment coming from upstream, the accumulation of sediment in the tunnels and culverts impedes maintenance efforts, making it challenging to ensure proper functioning and to prevent blockage. Addressing the challenges and the infrastructures of these drainage and culverts requires a multifaceted approach that encompasses short-term remediation measures and long-term planning initiatives. But honestly, I don't have long-term. I need something now. I need something now. I mean, we can do all the studies in the world, but while you're studying, I'm pacing my land, and I'm walking the creek thinking, is this gonna happen while they're studying? We know there's a problem. HOA knows there's a problem. You have to do something. It's going to happen again. The rain is crazy. Climate is changing. The zero adverse effect on the floodplain ordinance is an important step to this. Because then you can't do it, you can't build anymore. We can't do it anymore. I implore you to help me, help our community, make it safe. Thank you for your time, council. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
So to echo that, my house was at, again, Xavier Tufte, 423 Shoreham Lane. My house was in some of those photos. Twice in 5 years, we had flooding that nearly came up, and I wasn't unfortunate enough to have my house actually breached, but it was close. And it's a direct result of the construction that's gone on in a golf course over the course of time since that golf course is closed down. There's just been, people want to be in York County, which is great. anytime that we can get the kind of growth that we've had, that's a good thing for property values, businesses, et cetera. But there are unintended consequences that come along with that need to be controlled. And I firmly believe that this is a step in the right direction in terms of the update to this ordinance. Again, if you are on the fence, or if you are perhaps not on the supportive side of this ordinance, I would urge you to reconsider. This is an issue that doesn't just affect somebody that may be bordering a creek bed, or perhaps, the Catawba River watershed. This can impact anybody where overdevelopment occurs. Water has to go somewhere. And if there's not enough room between a building, whether it's residential or commercial or otherwise, and the natural flow line of the water as it comes down, there's going to be problems. So this will not just impact you individually, but it can also have a tremendous impact on your own constituents. So I would urge you, if you're on the fence or on the non-supportive side, to please reconsider. This is something that does impact all of us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else?
I'm Chris Chambers, 424 Shoreham Lane. That is my backyard right there. We had to go to a corrugated product because insurance does not cover flood-related damages to property. It covers your house or a structure on your yard, but if your yard is eroded away because of a flood, then you're on your own. Now, I'm in favor of this ordinance. I pray that you guys will look at this ordinance, but not only that, but look into this further. Who's cleaning out silt ponds and things that you guys make, the contractors put in when you're building a building? Once they're done, who's supposed to take care of them? Where's their enforcement on that? Because there is silt ponds downstream that are not cleaned out. They're 3 foot deep. When you go to stand in them, I've stood in them myself, they come up to my waist. Further on down that, where does it go? Where does the water go? Why aren't we looking into that? Why are we leaving a tunnel from 1800 and having all these homes, affected? I feel really bad for, what's your name? Tanya. With 3 feet of water in her house. I've went to her house twice and I've seen that. So, I mean, my house is fortunate enough to be in a crawl space and it didn't affect the inside of my home, but I'm about 6 inches away from it affecting my home, and that could be next time. Please consider it.
Hi, Chris Clementi, 505 Cuxhaven Court in Regent Park. I am for this ordinance. It looks like we are modifying Chapter 151, which typically requires the builder to have engineered reports showing no adverse, or we're going to have them show no adverse impacts. I'd like to have, or make a few additional recommendations. We should, if we're not already, requiring that engineer to carry errors and emissions insurance. I proposed $10 million just based on the magnitude of the lawsuits that could come from this. We should require them in their engineering reports to submit detailed calcs and their flooding models, headgrass models, anything that proves that they are not impacting or providing no adverse impact. More than just a letter stating, amount of runoff is going to be captured by this retention pond, therefore it's not going to be any worse than what would normally be there. We need to have detailed calculations and models in there that can be reviewed. The third one, this is not a knock on our engineering department, but these should be sent to independent third-party reviews. We should hold the engineers accountable for the documents that they are providing by the builder or by the developer to prove that they are not impacting downstream, upstream, all that stuff. And those can be sent to SNME, Terracon, any of these other companies that can provide a quality independent third-party review. Just full disclosure that I do not work for those companies. I do not do these types of analyses, but I feel that they are important. And the fourth is just, this type of flooding, it could be natural and it could be man-made. And if it is man-made, then we can engineer a solution. There are solutions to these problems, but only if we require the engineers, the developers, and the builders to spend the money, which I know they don't want to do, but to spend the money to prove and to put in the things that they have to do to guarantee that there is no adverse impact. Thank you.
Joseph Hyatt. I live at 3111 Highgate Drive in Fort Mill, just down the street from some of my neighbors. I've never met them before, so they don't know me, but I just want to come up here and vouch for them. I drive by their homes every day, literally taking my kids to school. I've been in the area for almost 10 years now, and I've seen this problem slowly get worse. I know that's anecdotal, but I have seen the whirlpool that she was talking about at the bottom of the hill where those two culverts come together. That's real. And it would be exciting if it weren't as destructive as it is. But it is, I remember when hurricane, I forget the name that came through, the water level did not come up as high as it did just the past few months. And so again, it's anecdotal, I get that, but it is getting worse. My house backs up to the same creek, but I'm up the hill from them and I watch it out my back windows and it floods the other direction down the hill towards them. And it's pretty awful, and it is just getting worse. So I just wanted to second be another witness that what you have seen is real. There are other people down the street from me, the other direction, that their houses have come, just a couple inches from being filled as well, being flooded as well. So if it keeps going, it's going to affect more homes. I might be lucky for now, but there are many more people who won't be. And so I just wanted to be their voice just for a few minutes and to say everything they said is real, it's true. And so we need to stand by them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is James Bowden. I live 934 Hickory Stick Drive in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm a retired senior vice president with Duke Energy. I'm also working as a commissioner picked by Governor Henry McMaster to oversee the 16 technical colleges in the state of South Carolina. I'm doing that as a retiree. I'm doing it because I care about our youth and trying to help them to have a better life. I started a line tech program at one of the colleges, and it's named after me. And I can tell you that we've had 6 graduating classes, and 100% of those graduates are doing line tech work today. I saw these people's houses. I lived in Regent Park for 16 years. Before they moved in the house, it almost flooded. It came right up to the door of the residents that were not them. Since they've been there, it's flooded 2 times. And I stopped by their house just to tell them how sorry I was to see that happen. 3 feet of water in your house, that's terrible. Being sorry about something and then not doing anything about it is different. So I joined the Regent Park Homeowners Association as one of the board members. I did that because I wanted to make a difference, not only with their house, but with other problems in Regent Park as well. I can tell you that when I bought my house at Regent Park 16 years ago, we bought a house that had a water problem. The water problem was the piping that went in our houses. All the houses had a problem with the manufacturer. That company that sold us our house, nice house, almost $1 million house. The company that sold us our house, they went out of business. The water piping company went out of business as well because they were having too many complaints and they were paying out too many bills. So before the problem occurred to me, because it was costing the insurance company, when it happened, a small flood in your house, it was costing the insurance company about $35,000 once the pipe burst. Then it would cost you, because you got to replace all the pipes, it's cost you about $15,000. Well, I was a little bit late coming to this meeting because I proactively got a company to come in and change out all my pipe. I could afford to do that, but I'm gonna tell you all that the problem that they have, they can't fix that problem. That problem lies in the hands of 3 different entities. One, the railroad company, the other one, York County, and the other one is Regent Park Homeowners Association. So I can tell you as a board member that I can't speak for the board tonight, but I promise you that we're gonna do everything we can as Regent Park Homeowners Association Board to fix that problem. But 3 entities, you all gonna have to help, and the railroad company's gonna have to help too. I can help, I can fix my problem at my house. Cost me $15,000. They can't fix their house. That's up to us. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak before we close the public hearing?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I make a motion to approve second reading of this ordinance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? We have the motion maker. Do you want to start with, as the maker of the motion? Mrs. Cloninger?
Okay, my comments are, I'm so proud of these people. I can't talk right now. They're very brave. You guys are so brave. And we will continue to support you up here. I promise you that. HOA is going to support you guys, and we're going to get this thing fixed. And thank you for coming.
I'll go next, since I'm the next most likely to tear up. I just have a question, and that is, when we put this ordinance in place, I guess I'm asking management, what's next for these folks?
And so Mark is here, and he can answer detailed questions, but what I would say is this ordinance is for future development, right? So though this is an example, and they were sharing about their current experience, I would say that this is for future development.
So I guess on that, just with that foundation, by the way, Mark Boland does a great job. I love Mark Boland because he's been over in my district many, many times looking at things and trying to do things. But it's always after the fact, it's after it rains. So I guess my question is, and there's been some talk on this council of, for right now, we're only looking at Regent Park, but we're looking past tense. So I guess, I know that my question is, what do we do really more countywide to prevent this? Because there are areas that are in my district, somebody calls me up and it looks kind of like this. Well, where are we headed with that? And how do we be proactive at this point?
Sure, great question, Councilmember. What I would share is, there were questions at the budget workshop last week, and we put a response in terms of thinking about future stormwater challenges in your budget packet that we emailed y'all. So I would point to that there's potential stormwater studies we do. Planning staff has outlined ways to prioritize where we look. If we can't afford a county-wide study, what's the next spot? But y'all prioritize Regent Park. I've also talked with, Councilmember Cloninger about potential next steps for that if we are to look at addressing some of these questions that were brought up tonight. Those are both budget items, and we could talk more about them during the budget conversation later tonight. But those are 2 separate things. So a broader study, a focus study somewhere else, or a second step related to Regent Park.
So I'm not done, Tom. So the second part of this is, I'm going to give another example, and this is an example of the neighborhood that I drive back and forth through every day now. When that developer came in and built the homes, they were able to raise the land up. So where this might have more, I don't know if this has a natural flow. I mean, I don't know that they've changed that creek bed or anything, but they were in our case, they were able to raise the land up. And over a period of time, you had houses that were sitting here and houses that were sitting here with the road on either side, not like this. So you can see, so they're sitting like this. Mark's very familiar with what I'm talking about. And what ultimately happened was the backyards of the raised houses were sloughing off into the backyards of the lower houses. And we were able to have that developer, because they were wanting to do another development, and I wouldn't even listen to their plans, and ultimately did not approve it. But they were wanting to do another one, and I said, well, you need to get this one right first. And they did come back, and they made those changes. But how do we know, at the point of a preliminary plat or what that developer is proposing, how do we know, and how can we, again, be proactive that we're not going to end up with another situation like this? This is the first time, I've seen some of these pictures, but we've been talking about this for a very long time. And it's shocking.
So do you want us to answer that question? Is that a question or?
Do I want you to answer it?
Yeah.
Yes, of
okay.
course I do.
So I'd ask Mark to come up and answer that question for you, because that was a very specific question. But Mark, if you wouldn't mind. I didn't know if it was a philosophical question,
No,
so just confirm.
not usually.
Okay.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yes, I believe in the instance of what we're talking about and so forth was actually a geotechnical issue associated with fill for various house pads and so forth, so not necessarily a stormwater issue, even though water does impact the stability of fill and so forth. So, but I believe typically when a development is put together like that, when you're bringing in and you're establishing structural fill for building pads and so forth, there the developer's engineer has to provide an engineer's geotech certification for structural fill and so forth. That's about what we have right now.
I just want us to be proactive and think ahead of what things could possibly happen. I mean, maybe this couldn't be avoided, and maybe it does go back to a culvert that's full, or, you know, more rain than normal. I don't know what attributes to this, but I can tell you that there's not anybody in this room that would want to be in this position. And there are other examples that are not this extreme. So I just think we have to really look and be proactive at not allowing this. And it does concern me where we go with this, where they go with this, and the next step again. Thank you, Mark.
That's right.
I was making a couple points, and I asked Karen to put the pictures back up. This is devastating. You know, I hate it for the families who are affected by this. Like I said, this is not the first time it's happened. I wanted to kind of put out also that what we're doing tonight hopefully further prevents this from happening or getting worse. Obviously, there's some things that we're going to have to put in place to curb or help mitigate some of this. There are things that the gentleman spoke of that the HOA can do, but this definitely shouldn't get any worse. Trying to hold builders accountable upstream so that this doesn't happen downstream, so to speak. I was going to ask staff, I'm sure I already know the answer to this question. How long do we hold developers, let's say, responsible for the retention ponds or liabilities? Because, you know, if we are having something in place, how long does that last? I know we do it for roads in communities, but I've never heard of holding some kind of bond or liability 10 years, 15 years, or whatever that date or time is. How do we kind of help offset some of that as a policy?
Our standard practice when it comes to development is that during the construction and so forth, that developer is responsible for maintaining stormwater facilities and so forth, including basins and so forth. And at the time construction is completed, the official process is called a notice of termination. And at that point, we require as-built of the stormwater infrastructure, the basins, that and we want assurance and so forth, and we do inspections to ensure that they are in excellent condition before they are turned over to the responsible party. And that responsible party may be an individual property owner, but in most cases and so forth, it is an HOA. And so we want to ensure that what's turned over to the HOA is in its best condition. It's brand new, you would expect it. If you're buying something and so forth, you're going to be getting something that's really good top quality. Now, after construction, after that notice of termination and so forth, that developer's responsibility is done. And so then it becomes the ownership of who that responsible party is, the HOA or an individual property owner.
Is there like a retention pond that's failing, or kind of what's helping contribute to what we see on this picture here?
In the situation with Regent Park, it's just a combination of growth, development, heavier storms and so forth. It's a combination of a lot of things, man-made and nature and so forth.
the ponds that have been alluded to and so forth, discussed previously, so forth, and Mr. Lytle's property and so forth are downstream. Those were actually existing ponds that apparently were part of the golf course. I think one was used for irrigation purposes, for providing water for the golf course back in the day and so forth. So,
Okay. That's all. Now, I was going to say, I know I have a community in my district that deals with obviously flooding from creeks overflowing, culverts not big enough to handle the water, or the downstream creeks not big enough to accept it, so it has to wait till it drains and flows on through before it eventually gets there. So I understand the challenges. I just wish there was something we could do to stop this from happening. The only thing we're doing now is trying to put something in place to stop it from getting worse. Obviously, we're gonna do our part, HOA, and anybody else that can help, mitigate some of what we're seeing here, because this is tragic. I will go on record and say, several years ago, before some of you guys got on council, we tried to implement like a stormwater fund to start doing things to prevent certain things from happening. This council couldn't decide to put some funds in place, because right now, if we wanted to go out and say, hey, we can do this financially to help this, we don't have any funds. We don't collect any funds. So by seeing this, hopefully this gets us back to the conversation across this county. What can we put in place so when things do pop up? Because, let's face it, if an area's 15, 20, 30 years old, some things are going to break down. And if we don't put something in place to be able to go in and assist certain situations, like you said, we can feel sorry, but sorry doesn't fix it. It takes money, it takes capital to be able to say we have prepared that if something pops up on the south side, or something pops up in Lake Wiley, TK, or Fort Mill, we can kind of be in a position to have something to start with. We probably wouldn't have enough to fix everybody's issues, but at least we'll start creating a flow of funds that if something comes up, our hands are not tied to say, we're sorry, we feel for you, but we just don't have any money. We can put all the ordinances in place, but ordinances don't fix things. Money fixes things when like this. And if we don't have any funds, we can't come out or deploy any county staff or have a capital project if we don't have these funds. So I would hopefully hear some conversation in whether it's our strategic meeting or anything that we have coming up. How do we get that conversation back on the table? Because we tried diligently to put something in place to start collecting something to address stormwater issues in this county. And sad to say, it fell apart. It fell through. Unfortunately for us, had it went through, we probably would have had some funds to be able to assist an area to go out and help mitigate some of this stuff. But right now, I know we don't collect any funding to even begin to address these issues, whether it's in Fort Mill, Clover, or Rock Hill. So hopefully, these photos will serve as a good reminder of some of the challenges we're faced with of starting some of this. But this should make it easier for us to have the conversation to start doing something, because our hands are tied right now financially to do anything anywhere related to stormwater at this level. So we'll get to that conversation.
Madam Chair, it's good to hear other council members bring this up tonight. Councilwoman Love, Councilman Roddy. This will be the 5th time I brought this up, and I'm in support of this ordinance. But as I shared with you probably 2 or 3 months ago at a meeting, this doesn't deal with this issue we see on the screen right now. And I don't understand why we are going to kick this can down the road into the 25-26 budget, and why we don't dig in. I'm sure that the staff is aware of the issue. You alluded to it a minute ago. There's somewhat of a plan that we could pursue that could help mitigate, eliminate the choke point that we know exists. So I just hate to see this put off another year and a half, and the possibility of flooding exists another time when we could have done something to prevent it. And if I'm on target with what I'm saying, I'd love to hear your comments, Mr. Boland.
Well, I'd like to talk. So I think in terms of what we're seeing in front of us, there's a potential, if y'all want to add $100,000 to the budget, to do a study. But what I want to remind everybody is there's a difference between public property and private property. Mm-hmm. So in terms of what we're able to fix on public property, there's one culvert under the road, which I'm not an engineer. I don't know if that culvert's a problem or not, but if it is, we could fix it. I think the big question is what are the interests of the other interested parties? What does the HOA think? Are they going to split the study with us? Are they committed to fixing what's found on their property? Because that could be a very big dollar fix. And so if you go and do a $100,000 study and you don't know who's going to pay for the fix, or if the people who are interested in doing it have the money to pay for the fix, then you got a big question mark. And so staff wouldn't necessarily recommend a study unless we have some agreements on the front end before we do the study. So that would be some of the stuff that we could do. I know people are concerned about doing another study, but if you get rid of a culvert on private property and you don't know where the water is going to go and what's going to happen when it goes through the public culvert downstream, and if there's enough room to hold it before it hits where the train Norfolk Southern culverts are, you got a big problem. You got a bigger problem. So are you going to fix the problem, or are you going to create a different problem? And that's what we're concerned about from staff's perspective. So you got to do another study. That's how I would answer that question.
Very good points. I appreciate you sharing that. So I'd say that we're at the point where staff probably is aware of some solutions, what the county can do on our end, and I would say that it's time not to put this off any longer. The HOA has spoken tonight. They're saying that they have an interest in this. I don't know how you'd pay for it. The picture that we saw, the right side's the county, the left side's the HOA. So let's have a meeting and let's discuss what the solutions are and let's pursue them. We don't want to sit here another year from now and see what we see here. And I'll add to this too, and I know this all costs money, and I'm not about spending money, but when you have needs, we need to address the needs. There are other areas in the county that are experiencing the same thing. And again, I just hate to think that we're going to wait another year and a half to address this and have these problems arise again. So yeah, I would like to see the county have a conversation with the parties that have a responsibility to help mitigate this issue and see if we can come up with a solution.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments, and part of the comments was going to be along the lines of what you just mentioned, Watts, and I think that, this all goes hand in hand, and it's a joint venture to try to solution this out, to get it figured out. One of the things I've seen in my district is, though, you've got developments that have retention or detention ponds that are mentioned. The gentleman here mentioned about the silt and getting filled. We've seen this again in my district where the homeowners association or the developments have been told to make sure your detention pond is clean, and the county would go out there, right? And they'd say, you need to do this, and we will come back and inspect every 6 months, or whatever it may be, but we're not seeing the results of some of that, all right? And what I'd like to see is that from a county level, that if these developments aren't maintaining their detention or retention ponds, whatever, because there's kind of two kinds here, that we actually put a little bit of emphasis with them to make sure that they're inspected every 6 months and maintained, because again, where this is happening, we're seeing this happen in other places too. So these detention pond, retention ponds, again, there's a variance on either kind, they're maintained, and we're holding those developments accountable for it. So I just want to share that with you. I know there's again, I know there's certain situations the county go out, but we got to get behind that and make sure they are doing it every 6 months. It's really important. So I want to share that with you as an action item.
Yeah, and I'll just have to follow up with staff to get a sense on what we're doing now and the cost implications if that's an added level of service. But we'll look into it.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments?
Other than water always is going to the lowest point, and every lot is not a lot to be built on. And when you build up one place, you're naturally going to back the water up somewhere else. Now, what the solution is.
So I certainly support this motion. I think all of us on council understand that this is an issue that we need to address. I remember when this first came up last fall, there was a discussion about had the property owners been made aware. The property owners that are going to be affected by this, that are going to be put into this district, have they personally been made aware of what the changes are going to be? And so it took a while to get to that point. And to me, that's critical. That surely you folks needed to know, but all of the other folks who live within that area, because unfortunately, nothing's easy. If you put this plan in place, the other folks in the area, it may prohibit them from expanding a deck, or from increasing their driveway, or from adding an addition, because what you're doing by doing this ordinance is you're saying, we're not going to allow, in this particular area that we've designated, we're not going to allow additional development in this certain way. Having said that, I do have a couple of questions. So I think it's important that council does understand that we as a council have a duty to the taxpayers to make sure that we don't make improvements to private property, because then where does that stop? How do we go do this for other areas and affect private property rights? So I think it's a difficult thing, but I think this is the step in the right direction. And I do think it's critically important that when we do this, that all of the people who are affected by this are given written notice and an opportunity to understand what it means to them. I do have questions. I don't know that this is the right venue to do this, but an individual came up and spoke about culverts. I don't know if the culverts she's talking about are the county-owned under the road culvert or HOA-owned culverts. I don't know. I mean, I guess
Are you asking about tonight?
Yes, I'm talking
So
about
the culverts that Ms. Burton sent pictures of are HOA culverts.
HOA maintained culverts.
Right.
The county doesn't,
One of them
One is York County that goes under the road, and the other one is HOA that's behind my house.
Right. When I talked to you on the phone today, when you mentioned the pictures, you said those were culverts from the HOA culverts.
well, I mean, I think this highlights the question.
She was asking about the pictures.
Yes, one is HOA and one is York County.
So we have,
understand about that.
I'm sorry.
But I was gonna say we can fix ours.
And is that where the choke
Yeah.
point?
It's written on the map.
So I think what we're hearing today, and what I'm hearing from council is, I assume that the studies that have been done thus far have not identified what's caused the problem. That requires some additional investigation. Seems to me it's a no-brainer that if the county has something that's not working well, we definitely need to fix that, number one. So if there's a proposal from council, from our staff, that there's a problem with a culvert that we own, I'd like to know what that is today. And then I think what we're talking about in terms of how do you take the next step from what we do here is going to be, it's just not gonna be easy. And I can tell you this, if we're dealing with a railroad, you're talking about federal law that trumps that. So I can tell you, though, you're not gonna have a more committed group here that's interested in looking at it and digging into it. This is really the first step. We've talked about a lot of stuff. I started to say, y'all, let's keep our comments germane to what we're looking at today. And I felt like I would get death stares from people, so I didn't do that. But I do think we need to move forward, and I think that council clearly does support this step moving forward. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Move now to item 2 of our public hearing. Council to hold a public hearing and provide first reading of an ordinance to amend the code of the County of York, South Carolina, 90.02 rates, fees, and charges for public park facilities, services, or sponsorships in order to provide for an increase to Ebenezer Park camping fees and daily and weekend holiday shelter fees, provide for an increase to Ebenezer Park and Allison Creek Park annual passes, out-of-county day use fees, night access cards, and dumping fee, establish a kayak rental and tour fees and golf cart permit fee for Ebenezer Park and Allison Creek Park, establish pickleball membership and league fees and increase community center rental fees at Field Day Park, establish admission, sponsorship, shelter, naming rights, food truck event, and shelter reservation fees at Catawba Event Preserve to provide for other matters related thereto.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? I'm sorry? That's right.
Oh, that's right.
Is there anyone here, do we have any information before we go to public hearing? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll say I'll support this. I still do. We still have 2 other readings, but I still do think that there's an opportunity here to raise fees to out-of-county residents, out-of-state, certainly. I have concerns that we have park that, I'm looking at these numbers that were provided to me, that I keep getting told that they can't even get in there, and we have capacity issues with Ebenezer Park. I certainly think that we ought to find ways to give our residents who are paying for the park the first opportunity to be there. And so I'm not prepared to propose any increased ones tonight. Doesn't look like the public's out here complaining, so, but I do reserve the right to take a look at that future in the next couple of readings. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Council to hold a public hearing and provide 3rd reading of an ordinance to authorize the sale of 216 East Jefferson Street, York, South Carolina, identified by tax map number 070-10-5-33, to entertain an existing offer to purchase the parcel, to authorize the execution of the contract of sale and deed, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Is there any information from staff on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. I sent a late email, so I apologize, but staff's asking that y'all defer the public, you do the public hearing, but you defer the 3rd reading. So we did post the public hearing, so we need to continue with that. However, today and late last week, we did find there's some questions about the plat for the property. So we got to do our due diligence and finish that work. So I talked to the county attorney, and potentially what you do is you defer the 3rd reading for up to 3 meetings, and we should be done by then. So we
Okay.
apologize for that.
All right, so we'll move into the public hearing, and then we'll make that motion. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion to defer?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Motion and a second to defer. Any discussion?
For up to 3
I think-
reading, for
I
up to
think if
3
we,
meetings.
I don't think we need to, do we have to put a time limit on it? What if you aren't ready in 3 readings?
We move to extend it some more.
Motion to defer for 3 readings.
Motion to defer with 3 readings.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to old business, item number 1, rezoning action, consider 3rd reading, case number 24-12, tax map number 25100000125, to rezone from AGC to RUD 6.065 acre portion in District 3. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. If you want to,
You're the motion maker. Do you want to start or defer to
Well,
others?
I've done discussed it, and everybody, even the other landowners know. I'm not for high density, but I am for ag and RUD. This doesn't increase the density. Is you entitled to do the same. So I'm fine with it.
Mr. Roddy?
I know this rezoning has been referenced to one that we denied now probably a little over a month ago. And I've heard the term spot zoning associated with the one that we did a month ago. This is not spot zoning. I wanted to be sure because Tony Smith mentioned it. My distinguished councilman mentioned spot zoning 2 weeks ago. And I wanted for it to be on the record, we're not comparing this rezoning to any spot zoning because there was not a spot zoning associated with the prior rezoning. I confirmed that with Ms. Diane Deal, and if we could have her go on the record to say there was no spot zoning with the last one, because I wanted to clear that up. I want everybody to be on the same page, and as I look out, good to see Mr. Smith sitting next to those who had some concerns about this rezoning. My next question would be, how many properties in that immediate area that's kind of attached with that piece of property has been rezoned, and how many I can't remember off the top of my head, I think it was 6 or 7. If there are 6 or 7 developed properties, does that not make it a subdivision to throw it over into some other things that would have to be done because it creates a subdivision? I'd like to hear from staff of how many lots does it take to now throw it into a different category for what's required to build? Because I know there's some other lots that's been rezoned.
So you've had a lot of questions there. Let's take them one at a time. The first mention was about the previous rezoning. That was for spot zoning. That was a rezoning that was at the intersection of Rambo and Sims. That was not spot zoning because the comprehensive plan supported that change. So therefore, that negates any kind of spot zoning. Even though there was no RUD there already, it would not be considered spot zoning.
Thank you.
That was your first question. Your next question, I'm sorry, was what?
About how many, I know we made some changes to our ordinance about subdivision. And I know a lot of rezoning has happened in this immediate area contiguous to this property.
You're talking about the one right now
The
for
one
the
right
Tony
now.
Smith rezoning?
Yes.
That one has only had one rezoning back in 1996.
Okay.
That was for some parcels that were rezoned RUD1 just south of that property there. But everything else in that vicinity has always been as it's currently zoned right now.
Because I know some of the conversation we've had about this particular rezoning mentioned others in the area had been rezoned, so this made it easier or palatable to do in this rezoning. So that is not true that.
There has not been rezonings for this area here. They were always, the RUD AGC that's there right now has been there since 1986.
Okay, because I know that was one of the points. Now, do we typically ask questions about types of soil, runoff during the rezoning process? Is that something?
Not normally, no. Not during rezoning. That's done during the development phase. So in the rezoning, we're just talking about land use density. We're not talking about the development process. That comes later on in the process.
Nothing about stormwater runoff?
No, not during rezonings, no, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all
I have a question, Diane. So why is it not consistent with the 2035 comp plan?
Which one are you speaking about? The one for this evening for the Smith property?
Yeah.
Why is it not? Because the comprehensive plan for the area is agricultural, and therefore this is going to rural resident or RUD, and therefore it wouldn't be supportive by the comprehensive land use plan. But we always look at multiple things when we're doing at this, not just the plan. We also look at what's in the area, and there are properties already zoned RUD adjacent to and across the road, so that supports that. There's also some properties over there that are already that same similar size that also supports it. And it's not an active farm. There's not farming going on here to preserve any kind of farming business. So we look at those, the ideas, in addition to the future land use map.
Any other comments from council? Questions? I've said this every time. This motion was actually made at second reading. This is a deed restricted parcel, which means that these parcels cannot be further subdivided. It's actually on record. It runs with the land. What is being requested is 1 house to 3 acres. My understanding that the people that came and opposed this actually live on 3-acre parcel or RUD zone parcel. I don't even understand why we're having to have much discussion about it, because it's 1 house to 3 acres. I'm not aware of a time where we've refused that. There's been no community that's come out and said that there are issues similar to the flooding that occurs there. And individuals by right are allowed to put 2 dwellings on this acreage. By right, an individual can put 2 dwellings. Before recode, they could actually put 2 dwellings and an accessory dwelling, which I still think we need to fix moving forward with recode. But as it stands right now, what's being proposed tonight is not increasing any density that an individual would be allowed to do by right. Is deed restricted, runs with the land, so it cannot be further subdivided. And so I support this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So I can't tell what the vote was.
5-2.
I'm sorry?
5-2.
I said aye.
Can we have a show of hands?
5-2.
Oh.
I said aye for yes.
You
I
support it?
I approve.
Okay.
Motion carries 5-2. Move now to item number 2, old business. Council to consider third reading of an ordinance to amend chapter 155 zoning code, section 155.937, temporary signs, to modify standards related to the location, size, number, and permitting of temporary signs in each sign district, to modify the permitted duration of stay for temporary signs, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
I'll do a motion to approve with the modifications to this. The modifications are as listed: to decrease the number of large signs down to 1, to decrease the number of smaller signs to 5, to decrease the number of days allowed down to 30 days, that temporary signs will no longer be allowed in site triangles, and also no permits are required for temporary signs.
So you're going back to the.
Before we start talking, we need a second. Is there a second on this motion?
Okay, sorry.
Will you run through those again, Tom?
Yeah.
You're just reading down one.
Yeah, basically, I'm bringing it backwards here. I'm looking to decrease this back to just 1 large sign, decrease back to just 5 small signs. I'm looking to decrease this back to just 30 days. Okay? I'm also looking that no temporary signs are allowed in site triangles, and also there'd be no permits required for temporary signs.
Is there a second?
Is that, and you're talking, that's countywide? Is that countywide?
Yeah, that'd be countywide, yeah.
Do
I'd
we,
second that if you break out the Lake Wiley overlay, what it needs to be.
well, that's not the motion on the table. Do we have a second at all for this motion?
So I'll make a new motion. So I make the motion that we.
Motion fails for a lack of second.
Thank you.
I make the motion that we make the changes that Tom recommends. That's 1 large sign, 5 small, 30 days, no temporary in the site triangles, and no fees for impacts, and that we also change the Lake Wiley overlay back to what we've had in place for a very long time, and make that more part of the way we had that worded. It was not constitutional, but if we eliminate the commercial signs, any additional commercial signs in the Lake Wiley overlay, and we leave residential the same, that would resolve things for me, for that district.
I need to understand the motion. So the motion is,
So the motion is the same thing that we talked about in the workshop, with that in addition to what the planning commission.
no, I think we need to be specific. Be specific about your motion so that I know.
Okay. One large, 5 small, 30 days, and no temporary.
This whole ordinance is temporary signs.
No.
No permits
No
for
permit,
temporary.
no permits.
That's all, okay.
No temporary signs in the site triangles, and no permits.
No permits. Is that not the same motion? It's the same motion that Tom put together.
With the exception of the Lake Wiley overlay would go back to what I asked for in the workshop, and that is that we would not have additional signs in the commercial area.
I'll second that for discussion.
I need to make sure I get clarification on the motion. I don't understand, just so that we're clear, what are we talking about changing with Lake Wiley? Because there is no parsing out of those two things right now. So you're talking about going back to
I'm talking about the Lake
the
Wiley
prior-
overlay would be
Excluded.
what we had intended. It's worded differently, but it's what the intent of the Lake Wiley overlay has been for the past 20 years or more.
I think in order for,
Yeah, I think we need more details and make sure that staff understands what you're asking for.
Well, it's the same thing I asked for in the workshop.
I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but from the discussions that we've had before, just so I can try to help us hone in on what the motion is, are you suggesting that that you revert back to the Lake Wiley ordinance that preceded this ordinance?
No, I'm suggesting that we revert back to what we discussed in the workshop that was fully vetted out, talked about, and it's what went to the planning commission, what was presented to the planning commission.
I'm not trying to belabor it. I'm trying to understand what the distinction is.
Maybe Diane can just spend some time explaining what she thinks Lake Wiley.
Yeah, I think I understand it. So I think, Ms. Love, what you're speaking of is you want to go back to the section of the table where it differentiates the Lake Wiley, this is from the council workshop.
Right.
It differentiated the residential versus commercial portion of the, for the temporary signs.
Yes.
But you want to make sure that I want to make sure the numbers are correct. So you want to differentiate, you're saying no commercial at all?
In the
for
Lake Wiley-
temporary
for the
signs,
Lake
the
Wiley overlay.
that one column.
Right.
But you will allow 1 large and 5 small for residential properties in the
So
Lake Wiley overlay.
what I said, even in the workshop, and whatever the rest of this council is comfortable with for residential, I'm comfortable with anything in residential. I don't think people should be told what they can and can't do on residential property. My concern is the number of signs that we're going to end up in the Lake Wiley commercial area and how that's going to look. And that's what we've tried to avoid for the last 20 years with overlay.
That corridor.
And just in that
You're-
corridor, just.
So as I understand it, you're asking that there be a ban on any temporary commercial signs in the entire
It's not a,
Lake
it's
Wiley
not a
overlay.
ban, it's just that we have an ordinance that doesn't allow for, I mean, ban is that's not the word, but it's part of our small area plan. Like, you haven't banned warehouse and distribution, that's not how you want to talk about it. You just,
No, I'm asking,
in order for it to be constitutional, we can't pick and choose what types of signs. So we can't say that only signs that are related to those businesses can be put there. So quite frankly, we've not had a problem with signage in all these years, and I made this point during the workshop also, and that is that, everybody's pretty much respected what we thought was the Lake Wiley overlay. And then the next thing
and
we hear.
we're getting into debate now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just
debating.
understand what the motion is so that everybody is clear what we're saying. And I think what she said and what I heard you say is that you're fine with all of the changes that Mr. Audette said. However, in the Lake Wiley overlay, you are proposing that none of the area, that no businesses, no commercial property be allowed to put any temporary signs at all.
Right,
In the overlay.
in the overlay.
That's what I
In the
understood. That's
commercial
what I said.
overlay, the commercial portion of the
Do
overlay.
we have enough clarity so that staff understands the motion?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear about what you're allowing for residential. That was the 1 large and 5 small.
So the 1 large and 5 small, for the residential, whatever anybody else wants for
That's
that.
fine.
I'm fine with anything big, it can be 4 by, whatever it is on residential. We've just not had a problem with that. I mean, I don't think we've had an issue with signage on residential properties.
I wanted to make sure that we were clear on the motion. So we have a motion. Mr. Roddy, you're seconding that motion.
Yes, and I'll clarify my second as to what I understand it to be, and if I'm wrong, I'll withdraw my second. She wants to basically agree to what Thomas said, the 1 large to 5 smalls, no permitting fee, and to reduce it to 30 days across the county in the unincorporated areas, but it doesn't apply to the overlay, which is the main thoroughfare coming into Lake Wiley. Leave in place what was there before we had this workshop. Am I correct?
Leave in place what we talked about at the workshop. What I brought, remember you asked me to go first at the workshop, and I was spelled out, and then there was no more conversation about that. And then, so what we can't do is we can't say we're gonna allow, no hiring signs, now hiring signs, and not allow real estate signs, so we can't, so the best solution for Lake Wiley, is, and because we don't wanna do permitting fees, the best thing is to just say, we're not gonna allow those commercial signs.
And I'll go on record to say why I support keeping the overlay the way it is. I've gotten calls from some residents in Lake Wiley who are in favor of protecting the overlay. I've met with Allison on several occasions to explain how this has been working over the last 15, 20 years with the overlay and some things that they put in place to protect that corridor. I wouldn't feel good about saying, let's change that, because I wouldn't want someone throwing a rule or regulation in that specifically protects, not protects, but goes against something that's there for protection. I received a call from a former council member who wants to also protect that overlay. And so I gave them my word that I would support anything that would support the overlay staying as it is now. Because frankly, I don't care if a resident has a big sign, small signs, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the front of their yard. But in this case, trying to protect the overlay is something that some constituents reached out to me from that area to say it makes sense. We've had this in place for umpteen years. Why change it now when this has not been the focus of these changes? If there's a problem in the overlay with signage or people complaining about them or against them, then we would look to change that. So I'll support the council person for that district to protect the overlay. If there was no overlay, we couldn't just go in and carve out, what's that, 49 coming in. That would probably be unconstitutional, but since there's an overlay creates an environment that you want to have certain activities. Certain things are permitted, certain things are not. It would be unconstitutional if it wasn't in an overlay. But since we have the overlay, it can be a little different from what's allowed or disallowed somewhere else.
But the overlay is like 41 square miles,
No,
right?
only the commercial part of the overlay is it's 5 miles, commercial. There's no commercial out in the middle of anywhere, but.
Let's let every council member have
We asked the question.
I know, but I think the
you're
question
good.
is probably more when it's his turn to ask staff what the overlay is or is not.
Staff,
Well, he was asking me, I think.
I'm finished. You can ask staff.
This is very
Tom can go,
similar,
and then
this
I'll
is
go.
very similar to, and I think what Tom is talking about is very similar to the municipalities that look more like Lake Wiley. They do have sign restrictions, the same as they have sign restrictions. The difference in what they have and what I'm proposing for Lake Wiley at this time is that you can go, and in some, not in TEK, but in some, you could go to Rock Hill and you can get a permit. You can pay for a permit to put a banner up for 30 days at a time. So we're not at the point in Lake Wiley, I don't think, of wanting to have people have to get permits. We've just not had an issue. This has not been an issue. I mean, it's not been an issue. People haven't, disrespected what everybody felt like was the rule.
So the,
You win.
good?
I'll go next.
Okay. So the reason why I brought it back to this original numbers here, this is currently, what I brought it back to is currently what it is in the ordinance right now, okay? There was a difference, though, bringing it back to 30 days. The only difference here was there's no permit, so we eliminated the permits. We also talked about no longer signs in the triangles. But the question I have, I guess, is that when I did this, was this to me, though, appeared from what I had researched, was the existing, prior to prior to our, what do you call it? Our
Workshop?
not our workshop, but prior to, oh my gosh.
Recode.
Prior to recode, okay. Lake Wiley, when I looked at your sign ordinance, Lake Wiley sign ordinances was actually tougher than what I proposed here, at least from what I read. And so it did allow businesses to have signs, right? And so it sounds like over the last 15 years, you've had something more, allowing more than what I've proposed. So I was, to me, I think this is a good compromise to say, we're gonna keep ours and we're gonna keep it at this level, at the same time proposing something that was actually less than what you've had for the last 15 years. My concern on this is that we've talked about it in Lake Wiley over the last 15 years, we just mentioned in this conversation, it's been under control. And that was under an ordinance that was allowed more than what I've proposed. So I'm just really trying to understand why we wouldn't just go with this across the county when this is less than what you used to have.
It's not less. Those signs have not been, we haven't had signs out. We have allowed signs in the overlay.
So businesses never were allowed to have signs?
No.
That's not
But
accurate.
how does,
Let's let each council member ask their questions. But I want us to make sure we're operating on truth here. let's get the answer, before we have everybody talk, and then if people are assuming something, let's just get on the
We'll
same
just have
page.
Diane clarify, can you talk about what was before and what is now?
Sure, the question here is about whether or not temporary signs were allowed in the overlay before, and they were. Previously, it was unconstitutional regulations about content, and so you could do temporary signs in the overlay, but they had content regulations, and Recode corrected that. That's how it was different.
Right.
So, but signs were allowed in the overlay?
Correct.
Okay.
In the current, can we just ask, let's make sure, let's ask staff the questions. Let's get on the same page as to what actually existed before, and then we can, I would like to know this. The current code that we've been dealing with for almost 2 years now, is that what is being, did it distinguish between the one that we've been operating for 2 years? Did it allow temporary signs in commercial areas too?
Yes.
So there was no distinction. For the past 2 years, we've been working on an ordinance that has no distinction between commercial and residential.
That's one of the things that Recode changed, that we didn't
That is.
realize.
Clarified it.
The intent of the Lake Valley overlay over 20 years ago was to not have these signs. That was the intent of the overlay, and what I'm asking to do is that we maintain the intent of the overlay. It's overlay and the beautification gateway of Highway 49, which is still our main corridor in. It's more commercial now than it ever was, so it has the potential to look even worse than it would have when they put this in place back in the early 2000s.
So, a couple of other questions. The Lake Wiley overlay that we've been talking about that's been in place since 2000, 2002, or whatever it was, that overlay that pertained to the signs, it dealt with solely 49 to 274.
Correct. The overlay was expanded when we did the small area plan.
So in 2019, the overlay expanded to,
come down 274, 49.
and it include, well, I've been told that it changed from that one corridor to, it's now 5 times the size of Clover.
Not commercial, though, not commercial.
The whole area is in
Yeah.
the overlay.
I know, but we're only talking about, where you got residential properties, which we've talked about, and then you have the commercial properties that we're talking about.
No, but the overlay as
The
it
overlay
stands right
is
now
definitely
is
expanded.
not the same overlay that was in place
No, we
2000.
expanded the overlay, but the
Right.
commercial part of it is the same. Commercial,
No, it's not, because
I understand, I'm not arguing with you.
I'm trying to get I want to get to the truth, because the best way we get to what we actually had, and not, all I'm asking is that we operate from a framework of what existed and what wasn't.
And what the intent of it was, because we'd like to maintain the intent of the overlay.
Is there a distinction between the residential and commercial in the overlay? Would that make it difficult with what we're trying to do here? For signs?
For signs. So, no, there wouldn't be. And the way it is right now, for signs within the overlay, it doesn't matter what zoning category you are, what use you are. The way it's currently written right now, if you were in the overlay, you follow whatever the overlay is. Outside of the overlay, depending upon what zoning district you are, to put you in a certain sign category, which does have very small differences. The difference actually is really just whether or not you get a permit. So even outside of the overlay, currently, the difference is just whether or not you get a permit. And that's commercial requires a permit, residential does not. Everything else is the same.
That's current by Recode, because they added permit fees.
Actually, the
And we-
permit
Permit's
requires,
always there.
the permit applies to any sign that's a certain size. So that was one of the triggering factors for us was people were having now to pay $100 to put a sign on their own property. And council, as I understood it, that was the driving force to even take a look at this. And then all of these other things kind of surfaced about what was it before Recode, what was it at Recode, I just want to make sure that what we're saying, that folks understand, because the overlay as it exists today, anything in that area, is you're saying all of that area would not allow any business to have a temporary sign, period.
No, it does allow them now. We're trying to go back to the intent of the overlay. Recode changed it, and it does allow them.
But Diane just
Now.
said they were allowed.
That's what I'm saying.
You just said that they were allowed.
They were allowed,
Pre-Rico.
yes. Pre-RICO, temporary signs were allowed within the overlay.
Any
They-
temporary sign?
Yes.
Well, what was the,
They
what
had-
was the
they
Lake
had
Riley
some
sign overlay?
constitutional things that said certain signs displaying a certain content were not allowed as temporary signs. And that is unconstitutional. That's why it was taken out.
So you're saying that all those businesses up there, they can't have hiring help signs, a tire store can't have their promotional signs if
It's the
they're
same-
running a
It's the same as the municipalities. They can't do that. It's the same as the municipalities.
Rock Hill? They got signs promoting everything and all the tire stores and help wanted signs and.
That's right, and we don't.
I can't believe we're talking about signs. I think this is.
We just don't want our corridor to look like that. Everybody's got signs. Here's the thing, they've been putting out signs and nobody's complained. They've been putting out signs and nobody's complained. Taco Bell's got a sign up, all the little oil change places have signs up, some of the restaurants put a banner for a weekend. We have a whole corner where people put community signs. And I think the part that's most frustrating to me is the night of the workshop, I went through all of this. And I said, we don't have a problem with realtor signs from Friday to Sunday. We don't have a problem with people putting their banners and their events out on that corner. We don't have a problem with those things because we've never had a problem with those things. But at this point, because we've all started talking about it, we've got to define what it is. So if we say the signs are not allowed, that gives us the opportunity to have a sign removed if somebody does have a problem with it. But in general, all of those signs are still going to be up and as they have been, as they always have been.
Madam Chair, can I comment, please? So I believe in consistent zoning, no offense. I believe in consistent zoning across York County, unincorporated areas of York County, so zoning be consistent. I'm in favor of the ordinance as it's presented, but in 1A and 1B, if we want to reduce it from 2 to 1 and from 6 back to 5, I'm good with that. I have no issue with that. As a matter of process, number 3, I don't know how many of you have put a buku amount of political signs out, but it is impossible to put signs out and pick them up in 30 days. It's just impossible. So when you think about us selfishly, so you're going to go put a sign down at 30 days, and you're going to have it back up in 30 days. Right? Day 1, day 30, you got to pick it up. I mean, I was struggling with 45 days. It took me 3 days to get my signs up.
And I hate to interrupt you, Mr. Huckabee, but I've done it already, so many folks, just so that we stay on, understand what's currently in front of us. The only issue is
So,
the
I'll finish.
temporary sign ordinance,
I'll
which
finish.
allows placement 2 times a year for what, 45 days is what was proposed, and now we're talking about 30.
Well,
I just want to make
the
sure.
motion is 30, and I'm saying I can support the motion, I can support 2 or 1, I can support 6 or 5, I don't really care. I will not support 30 days, it's not long enough. I struggle to support 45, and I want to support it with commercial properties.
So I have a question.
I
Why?
can't, motion's on the table.
I'm gonna get called down for debating, and I'm not debating, I'm just asking a question. But, so Lake Riley is the only area in the county that has a commercial thoroughfare. Why do you not see that as why can you not see the vision for that being different? We've put a lot of time and effort into our trees, we're getting ready to replant trees, we're redoing the entrance. Why do we have to have, at your call, signage up and down both sides of that road?
Well, I'm just one person, and the little bit that I know about the overlay district, I struggle with the overlay district being in place itself. Because I think as this county grows, when you think about York County, in my opinion, it's just me. When we start running water and sewer out in the county, and we start widening roads, York County is going to explode in the unincorporated areas of the county. And if the municipalities are not annexing in that land, we possess it, then we're going to have growth all over the unincorporated areas of the county, just like you just happen to be ripe and next up. So this is going to happen everywhere else. And I personally believe that we don't need to have zoning and ordinance for certain areas. We need to be consistent. And it makes it difficult for us as a council because we're having to have one thought process for your area, District 2.
You gotta be able to multitask.
And then we have to have a different thought process for the rest of the county. So I'm just saying, it's my opinion, that I think we need to have consistent zoning.
I agree, I mean, I mean, this zoning thing is expanding so much that it's starting to take people's rights away. I mean, y'all can have whatever you want up there, I never would, I mean, I think we need the same across the board, but.
Well, I think you need to recognize that there's a portion of the county that's very different, and maybe one day that portion of the county will incorporate, but they haven't yet, so respectfully.
But it's still the county.
It is, of course it's still the county. That's my point. It's still the county, but you know, you don't throw a blanket over everything. You gotta look at different areas, and y'all have got different areas too. I mean, everybody up here's kinda got a different area. And what I'm asking is that you respect the people of my area and what we've had in place and what we would like to see going forward. We try very hard to manage how we look. And there'll come a time when y'all will all be doing that too. I won't be here then, but there'll come a time when you'll be trying to manage how your area looks. And I'll be all in it to help you make it look the best it can look.
Madam Chair, I know
I just want less houses.
Councilman Huckabee has a hang-up on the number of days. Can he not make an amendment to the motion in a separate motion for 45 days? And we vote on that 45 days and then get to Allison's motion?
I'm not sure I follow
I
what you're
think
saying.
Allison would have to amend her motion,
The current
right?
motion on the table that's been seconded is what we're debating. And that motion is all of these conditions that are listed here, with the exception of the Lake Wiley overlay, which the proposal is that they not have any temporary signs for their businesses at all anywhere in that overlay. That's what's in front of us.
But he can make a motion.
I can change it to make it back to 45 days.
Well, let's change it to make it back to 45 days.
But now let me ask you this, Allison. Are you saying though, y'all have always had that, but unless somebody reported or anything, y'all didn't enforce
That's
that?
right.
Well,
But if we needed to, it could have been. We've not had a problem with signage. We've had a problem with, we've had an issue with signs in the right of way, because people come in from Gaston and Mecklenburg counties, and they put signs all out, and we've managed that.
You haven't had any problems in the last 2 years?
With the signs in the right of way?
I'm saying in the last 2 years, have you had any problems?
No.
Okay, well, this ordinance doesn't distinguish between residential and commercial in the existing ordinance.
Right, but it's not what people thought it's not what people thought the ordinance was. So what we need now is an ordinance that says what everybody thought it was. That's my
That it
point.
not-
But
that it
even
doesn't
what they
apply
thought
to
it
them.
was, I spent so much time on this, and I don't really know how to, because I am trying very hard to be understanding of the district, but when it comes, it's very hard for me to get to the next step when I'm looking at, I go back and actually pull the Lake Wiley ordinance overlay. I actually go pull it and I read it. And that overlay says you can have temporary signs. In fact, you can have a 48 square foot one. We're now, in this code now, we only allow 32 square feet size. We've reduced the size of the signs. But even in the original overlay, which only covered a very small portion of the bigger overlay, we allowed temporary signs there, and they were bigger.
But it hasn't been done. So I am trying to maintain what has been done.
Okay, well.
And I don't know if it's because of the chamber and how they manage the businesses, and people came in, and, I mean, the other thing that was changed in Recode was our permanent sign ordinance. That got changed in Recode too, and it's a problem. So I'm happy to change the motion to make it 45 feet back.
Well, what I heard, do you support the motion otherwise?
Why don't we do this? I'll call for a vote.
On,
The
You want us
motion
to
as it
change-
stands, and then we can revise it, unless you want to revise it.
You've called for the question. We have to have a vote now on call for the
Let's do
question.
it.
If there's a second on that. Is there a second on call for the question? So we don't have a second on the call for the question.
Okay, then you need to amend your motion if you want to amend it.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we, help me, Tom, because I got to get your numbers right. All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve this with the following change, and that is that we change this to one large sign, 5 small signs, 45 days to remove signs, no temporary signs in the site triangles, no permit fees or permits required, and that the Lake Wiley overlay would remain as no commercial signage in the commercial
Right away.
right-of-way. I mean, not in the right-of-way, but in the commercial zoning, anything that's zoned commercial.
Second.
we're already there. Okay, so the only change is the 45. All right, is everybody spoken that wants to speak?
I'm confused.
Yeah.
So,
Get-
yep,
So, you know, with this proposal, you've got businesses for years that have been putting signs in there, now you're just.
They haven't been. That's my
But
point.
but based on what the ordinance was before, they could in that area. I mean, you're denying businesses now the rights to put out any type of temporary signs with
They
this
haven't done
motion.
that. They haven't been doing that, Tom, for years and years. The
They-
planning commission the other night, one of my concerns with the planning commission too is that they asked for less signage. They were specifically asked by Ms. Dill, and they said we would like less signage. And if you look at what's been recommended here originally, every single one of these increased. Every one of these increased, and she was very specific, and what they voted on was less signage.
they voted on these numbers. This is their numbers.
But they said less signage.
Their numbers, those are their numbers they voted on.
Well, we could refer it back to the planning commission. I'm very happy to do that. Let them flush it all out.
How do the businesses do for their sales promotions, hiring? I mean, how did that work if they couldn't, specials? I mean,
If they put those signs out, those signs were not reported, but most of those signs were put into the right of way.
because I mean, it'd be hindering business, commerce.
No, it's not hindering business. They put them out, they put them in the right of way, and they're not legal in the right of way anyway.
But
Madam
they
Chair.
could put them on their building
They-
or on their
They
private
haven't
property?
done that. They have not done that. They don't have banners hanging, they don't have things hanging on their buildings.
Madam Chair, call for a vote with the amendments.
All right,
I'll
is
second.
there a second
I'll
for the
second.
call? We have to vote on the call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
So I make a motion that we refer this back to the planning commission. Since we want to rely on them 100%, let's let them, because there's some differences among those members. Let's just refer, this is not urgent, it's not an emergency. I just make.
The only urgency is to get rid of the permit fees and permit requirement.
Do what now?
The only urgency currently is the permit fees and the permit requirement. That was the one
We had
thing.
to issue any of those in the last few weeks?
Are we
Are we
enforcing
even
that?
issuing, are you even making people get permits right now while we're discussing this?
Do we really want to revisit this one more time?
I don't. but-
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to get it right for my area. I would like
Right.
to get it right. It's very important to me.
So she needs a second to her motion.
To send it to planning commission? Send it back to planning commission? Let's do it. Let's send it back to them. I have no problem with that, because this is not an urgent matter, I wouldn't think.
No,
Send it back to the
but,
planning commission, let them flush it out and send us
Is that a
back to the
motion?
ordinance.
That's a motion.
Would you
That's
remand
it.
it to staff to take to the planning commission?
I think, let's do this. You make the motion to refer, what are we saying? Refer it back to planning commission to do what?
To remand it
This is
to
really our
staff to,
decision.
to correct to present to the planning commission for recommendation consistent with what discussion has been tonight.
Yeah, I think there probably needs, I don't know if they're gonna listen to everything that we talked about. I think what point is it we send it back if we didn't even do what they recommended now? I mean, with the proposal. So,
Well, it's not what all of them meant to recommend.
But I ain't mean to be mean or nothing, Allison, but how do the businesses feel about it?
You hadn't heard from any of them, have you? You heard from one barbecue place that was in favor of no signs.
here,
Madam Chair, call for a vote?
no, if you guys are we gonna make a motion to send it back to planning commission when it's our decision to make?
Well, we were gonna count on the planning commission, but
No, that's twisting. Do you have a motion?
I make a motion that we refer it back to the planning commission.
And I second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
No.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's try this one.
All right, I'd like to make the motion that we have consistent zoning across the unincorporated areas of York County as it relates to signage. That we approve number 1, we approve number 2 with 1 32 square foot sign, with 5 4 square foot signs, no permits, duration of 45 days, temporary signs no longer allowed in site triangles, to include commercial properties just as it does for residential.
What's the last thing?
To include commercial properties just as it does for residential.
So we're back to what
Yeah, that
Tom
was-
Odette
that
made
was
as
my
his first motion.
Yeah. that was my-
45 days is different.
Yeah,
And we
that's the
had
only distinction,
uniform zoning,
45
yeah.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
So can I be clear? This does apply to the overlay. This motion will apply to all the
It's everywhere.
unincorporated areas.
We're gonna make
of-
everything the same, put one big brush stroke across York County.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion?
I'm so confused.
I think we need to add these things, and this is kind of a no-brainer. No temporary signs allowed in the right-of-way. I think we need to bolster that. That's a state issue, but I think we should put that in there. No temporary signs allowed in the right-of-way. That is where I hear most of the problem, is that folks don't want stuff in the right-of-way. I think we should add, no temporary signs can be placed in any place that impedes sight distance or safe travel on the roadways as determined by the zoning code administrator. I think that we should add signs on non-owner occupied parcels must provide proof that from the property owner that they have been given permission to put the sign up.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
How much staff do we have to enforce all this? And is it being enforced, and will it be enforced?
I think I asked that question last time.
And if, because I know the answer, we don't. And so therefore, I don't understand why we're spending 45 minutes on this it looks to me, I'm just kind of an outsider looking in, because nobody really, cares much what I say anyway, but it looks to me like you guys are just out to get Allison. That's what it looks like to me. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
but
hold
that's
you out of
what it-
order on that, because you're
Okay.
accusing council members of things that don't even match up
No,
with
I
us.
ask a question.
You're
How much
requiring all of
staff do
council now to come
we
back.
have to enforce this?
The more rules you have, the more staff you have to put in there. If you have two different rules, you have to have more staff to enforce it.
Okay, so we're getting more staff to enforce these rules.
If we want to add more layers to it,
So just jumping
You
in
just
there.
added
All-
more layers.
So just
All
jump-
due
No, we
respect,
didn't.
all due respect, my motion stands without the amendments that you presented. I'd like to call for a vote.
Well, I think you can't call for a vote if everybody hadn't spoken on the new motion.
Well,
Everybody hasn't spoken.
we can, if there's a second on it, we can, but you got to have 2/3 vote. So it depends on how long we want to
Well,
continue this. And
I want to have my last
so
comment.
just a comment. I'm not after Allison at all. My concern is just the businesses. And when we start telling businesses they can't put a temporary sign out, I think that's, again, they've had signs out for a long time, and we haven't gotten all these complaints from the area. I think we cross the line when we start telling businesses you just can't put a temporary sign out. That's where I'm standing.
That's me too.
Yeah.
I personally like to look like Hilton Head, but we don't.
I'd love to clean it up.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make my last comment. If we go back and watch the last meeting where we had this big sign discussion, I think two people have echoed what I said a couple weeks ago. I'm glad I missed the workshop, because this is way out there. Tommy said it, Debbie said it. I can't believe we're spending all this time fighting and debating over signs. I'd much rather be talking about how we're taking care of taxpayers' dollars, doing things that moves the needle. This is not going to move the needle. We don't have the enforcement to do it anywhere in the county. This is just on paper as a feel-good to whoever's listening, who's saying, yeah, that's a good move. I doubt if we're gonna have people standing up in the middle of their living room tonight clapping, saying they approve this. Let's vote on something, up or down, move on, and I don't want to talk about, this has gotten to the point that when we were talking about tree ordinances a couple years ago, I got so sick of talking about tree ordinances. I'm so sick of hearing and talking about sign ordinances. If the overlay wants to operate a little different from the rest of the county, good riddance to it. I'm with Watts. I'll second Watts' motion now to call for the question.
I mean, I would like to have an opportunity to finish what I have to say, but all those in favor of the motion on the table to call for the question requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
No.
Is that 2/3? That's 2/3. I don't even get to say anything more.
Okay,
All right.
so whose motion
The
are we
question,
voting on?
we're voting on Watts's motion, without any additional amendments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 5-2. Let's take a 2-minute break, why don't we? In old business, council to consider amending and providing second reading of an ordinance to amend chapter 33, sections 33.070 longevity and 33.071 annual leave of the York County Code of Ordinances to adjust the policies and procedures related to the accrual of longevity allowances and annual leave for county employees so as to prospectively account for qualifying service with federal, state, and local governmental entities, to account for qualifying military service and other qualifying non-governmental service, to specify the measures and bases for the accrual of service time, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend this ordinance, please, to read the following. I'd like to make a motion to amend this ordinance. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend this ordinance as follows. I'd like to accept the ordinance as it's currently written in our ordinance to include the following changes. With longevity, grandfather current employees under the currently offered ordinance to exclude any red line suggestions in section 33.070. Further, do not allow any newly hired employees a longevity allowance beginning the day after the third reading. As it relates to 360 hours of annual leave payout, grandfather current employees under the currently offered ordinance to exclude any red line suggestions in section 33.071. Further, not allow any newly hired employees any hours of annual leave payouts beginning the day after our third reading.
Second.
Oh, God.
Motion and a second.
Oh, wow.
I'll be glad to explain right quick. So the reason I'm making this motion, I would hope, like a lot of you work for employers that really respect the work of their employees, and they have a good culture, and they have a great benefits package. So I went through the benefits real quickly to look at York County, and I also read through and thoroughly studied the 2024 wage and salary report that was released by the South Carolina Association of Counties. I don't know if you all had a chance to read through that, but 38 out of 46 counties reported, that's 82% of the counties reported in that wage and salary report. Ironically, I just went through and arbitrarily picked 77 categories. If you didn't look at the report, Division 1 were the largest municipalities, 7, and we fall into that. Not municipalities, the largest counties in South Carolina, and we fall in the first category. So there's a point to me saying this. Of the 77 I looked at, in 66 of those categories, we ranked either number 1, 2, or 3 in maximum income offered to our staff. So 66 of 77. So only 13, or actually only 11, did we rank 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th. My point is, we are paying, it appears, a competitive income to the staff that work with us, okay? And a lot of that's changed all over the United States. So here's a quick outline. So our employees, they work, obviously, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. They get 2 15-minute breaks, get an hour for lunch. If you don't know, full-time employment starts at 30 hours. That changed with the Affordable Care Act. They get 11 paid holidays, 3 floating, so that's 14 holidays, right, for every 30-hour more employee. They get 8 hours of annual leave per month in years 1 through 10. They get additional hours 11 forward. They get sick leave, so they can accumulate up to 1,440 hours of sick leave. That's 180 days, by the way. Now, that's not a payout. The sick leave, there's no payout on that. The only payout is the 360 hours. York County contributes approximately 80% of the premium that an employee pays for coverage for medical and dental for themselves, their spouse, their children, and full family coverage. So if you've got your full family covered with York County, I don't know what the number is because I didn't look it up, but that's probably a $12, $13, $14, or $1,000 more benefit. It's huge. That's significant. My point is, we're paying 80% of the premium across the board, regardless of what category you take. So apply that to where you might work and what your employer contributes, and we're doing better here probably than your employer. Doing better than my own agency, and we have a really good and robust benefits package. The retirement plan, if the employee puts in 9%, the county will put in 18.5% of their income, and for police officers, sheriff's department, If they put in 9.75, they'll put in 21.24%. My point is, we have an extremely lucrative benefits package to attract and retain employees. That's why I feel, and I've spoken to David Hudspeth, we had a meeting on this before he retired from the county, and I've spoken to others, that longevity just doesn't make sense for future employees, grandfather the ones in now. Now, the payout, the 360 payout, the thing about 360 hours is that's 45 days of payout. Now, I'm a small employer. We got 30 some odd employees. I own multiple businesses. And when someone leaves you, it's typically not a time to celebrate, right? Because if it's, let's take the detention center, 911, or animal control. When somebody leaves one of those three divisions, it leaves those employees in a lurch, right? It might be that they're already short-staffed anyway, so they can't take time off. So it's not a good scenario. But here, if 360 hours is 45 days, if we reduce it to 240 hours, 30 days. So if an employee leaves your county and they've accrued to up to this amount of vacation, we're talking about paying them out of their vacation they haven't used, which obviously, for most employers, considering the mental health of employees today, employers are encouraging their employees to take their vacation days. Take that, come back and be restored. But anyway, 240 hours is the equivalent of 30 days, 120 hours is 15 days, 60 hours is 12.5 days. I put in my suggestion that we not allow any for new employees. We grandfather current employees in for longevity and the 360 payout, but nothing for new employees on longevity or the 360 payout.
Mr. Rowley?
I don't know what it's coming to, and I'll just be the first to say that is the farthest thing out that I've heard, that we would actually sit up here and take benefits away from current employees that can't roll, future employees. First, we say we want a sign ordinance that's the same across the board for the county, but we don't want the benefits the same across the board for current and future employees. I wouldn't dare want to cut back on what somebody can carry forward, what we can pay them out. We did away with insurance for future hirees years ago. I can't support telling a future employee that, hey, if you come to here to work, you're gonna have a different benefits package, because this is what we're ripping apart. We fought for the last 13 plus years to get back to having a good benefits package for our employees. When I got on this council, we hadn't given raises for 3 or 4 years. We've been giving raises. Just recently, we just gave 2 paid holidays, Juneteenth and Veterans Day. But now we're trying to take things back from employees. Our employees are the face, and you, in your own words, Waz, you mentioned that sometimes employees can't take time off, but yet we encourage people to take time off. Talk to some of these department heads, they'll let you know, at certain points, we can't allow people to be off because we don't have the staffing for people to take all this time. Now we're saying you can't take it and you can't roll it over, and we're not gonna pay you when you leave. We can't go down this road, and to even, I'm reading in the notes that it will be different for the sheriff department. The sheriff's department can roll over 360, but the new ones
That's not the
can't.
motion on the table. I just want to make sure.
But it's in the notes.
It's not my motion.
That wasn't his motion. That was the recommendation from FNO.
Right. Well, I'm glad to see that part, but we can't roll the clock back on our benefits, because I think it will be very distasteful for me to be working alongside someone else and they're getting a benefit, and I'm a new employee and I don't get that benefit. I think we're going down the wrong road here. Can't support that. Like I said, we worked too hard to build up our benefits to make people want to work and be a part of this county. And if someone frankly works here for years and years and rolled those hours over, we would have paid those out regardless, whether it's 360, 240. But this is modeled after the state. You know, our insurance is based on kind of what the state does. This 360 is based on kind of what the state, other municipalities do. Now, somebody has to be in the #1 spot that allows 360 to be rolled over and paid out. And are we saying just because we're in one of the top 5 or 6 positions that we shouldn't? Should we go down to the bottom? If we're gonna do it, I don't think we should say no payout for new employees. That's not gonna be, that's definitely not fair.
Since you mentioned me by name, then what would you
Well,
like, how would you like for it to read? How many hours?
Currently, current employees roll over 360, future employees roll over 360. That's the bottom line of where I fall. I definitely couldn't support reducing that because, one, these are hours that employees accrue, carry over, and if they've accrued them, we're gonna have to pay them whether they're on staff or they're leaving. And not every employee leaves under bad circumstances. It doesn't leave the county high and dry. Some work for 30 years and retire. That is to be celebrated. You know, some may quit and go for other opportunities, but imagine working for York County for 25, 30 years. You bank these hours, and we're saying, nope, you can only carry over. You can't carry over. We're not gonna pay you for them. That's not right. I can't support this. But grandfathering people in means you're grandfathering a certain group out. And we can't do this this would definitely hurt our recruitment and retention.
So how does this differ than what you recommended in the F&O?
The difference is the 240 for the carryover, so to 0. So that was the difference. So the other part was eliminated, but we only talked about keeping it for the 360, but we brought it down to 240.
So we changed 360 to 240?
240, yeah. But as far as the other part of this motion, we had eliminated that for new employees. So, yeah.
New employees gets nothing.
So, a couple clarification questions. I'm not quite sure we understand the other part of your motion, Councilmember Watts. Staff wasn't able to capture what you were asking for in terms of the red lines. So I think we'd need more clarity about what you're talking about in terms of that first of all.
So, the red lines that were in I just have it printed so I can pull it out if you want me to. Pardon me? So
What Mr. Audette said, your motion is exactly what came at F&O, except the 240 goes to 0.
just want to make sure that the red lines and what was presented to us a month and a half, 2 months ago, these are not included in, the ordinance stays as is. So we're not increasing longevity, we're not taking out, we're not adding that you have to have continuous service, right? Right now, you have to have continuous service to get credit.
So you're taking out.
What came out of F&O was not to add non-continuous service, leave it as continuous service, leave everything as it is currently, grandfather current employees in for longevity. What came out of F&O at our last meeting? Is that what you're saying?
I think we let F&O share what they voted for. I think
Yeah,
the committee could share. I think that'd
the
be good.
reason why, I'm in a situation like with my employer, like if I don't use my time by the end of the year, I lose it. I mean, it's just the way it is. It used to be we carried over, so, but now we don't. And new employees, there's a challenge with new employees because obviously there's a lot of other things they lost on new employees. New employees coming in here, there's a challenge. So again, businesses are going through this restructuring a lot. And so again, I want to share that with you because, again, there's cost burdens across the board with this. How it impacts recruitment? Okay, well, there may be a challenge if we're competing against people that allow carryover, but are they, what are the places that are allowing carryover unless they're applying to certain other government businesses? Again, that's where I'm coming from with my support of the second motion.
But this is where, I'm getting a little confused. So I think what you were talking about was payouts, but now we're talking about carryover vacation time. So are you saying that people will know, that new employees will not be able to carry over vacation time accrued to a next year beyond what number?
Yes,
Beyond zero?
They can carry it over, they just will not qualify for the payout.
Okay,
When
so
they
we're just talking
terminate
about the
from
payout when they
employment.
leave.
Yes.
Would be zero. is what
So
you're
that's
saying.
even, I mean, like I said, I know what I go through with my,
Can I make this point? So if
Yeah.
if they're allowed to carry it over, but we don't pay them out, they're gonna take it at the end of their career, and we're gonna pay it anyway. We're not gonna be saving anything by saying we're not gonna pay you out, because if I've accrued 240 hours, 360 hours, and you're saying if you retire, we're not gonna pay you, well, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say, well, I'm off for the next 3 months. We're gonna pay it anyway. We're not saving any money because they've accrued it, and we're gonna pay it, whether they take it at the end of their career or we pay them and let them go on. Is that a correct statement?
Could happen, that's what people do towards the end of their careers.
Just
They
take all the
longer
accrued
vacations.
time.
So
I
it
mean,
could,
yeah.
could happen.
If we're saying we're not gonna pay you for it, well, heck, I'm just gonna take it and say, hey, boss, hey, Josh, hey, Eric, I'm out for the next 6 weeks. And we're
Well,
gonna pay that. We're gonna pay that time. If we were creating a situation where they couldn't take it and we're not gonna pay it, which I think that'll be illegal, that'll be saving some money, but it'll be totally illegal to say, Tom, you got 6 weeks vacation, you're about to retire, we're not gonna pay you, and we're not gonna let you take it.
don't get me wrong, I mean, if it's in the year I'm in, I would end up getting the vacation and I would take the vacation. But as far as a payout, again, it's all up to certain businesses on how they want to approach it. But the carryover part from year to year, a lot of businesses have stopped carrying over from year to year. You just keep with what if you don't use that year, you lose it and you go into your next cycle. So again, that's not uncommon practice.
And we're not a small business, we're a county government.
What's the goal?
Well, I
what's the
mean, I
goal?
don't work for a small business, but, I mean, it's a big business, large business too.
Right.
I just want to
What
know
do you
from
prefer,
Watts or
carry over, no
Tom,
carry
what is your goal, just
Huh?
in simple words? What's the goal?
My feeling's this, that especially since COVID, employment has changed. And I'm giving you the numbers from the state, they released them. We're at the top of the food chain. We're paying more than virtually 66 out of 77 categories. So people are coming to work for employers with their hand out saying, I want all I can get. And for the most part, you kind of have to give it if you want to hire them, or you don't fill positions. So I believe we grandfather the longevity and we grandfather 360 in for the employees that work here now. But I think times are changing, and the question is, are we going to be bold and courageous to make changes, or are we going to be one of the last ones to make changes? Because when employees come to work with you and they decide to leave, typically that's not a time to celebrate. There are some that retire, yes, and you do celebrate those occasions, right? We've done it here. But for the most part, the turnover we have, the 120 or so employees that leave us every year are not retiring, they're leaving. So in a normal business, and I won't even give examples, but there are examples before us right now. We've got one major division of this county that has a vacancy right now, and I don't know whether we had to hire a consultant to go find somebody or not, but it's a high-paying job. And other people have been doing the work of that individual. They may not be taking days off as a result of it, I don't know. But it's an inconvenience when someone leaves, right? It's an inconvenience. And for us as a county, it's not like Allison's business. You got somebody that quits on you, you're gonna have to step up and work. And you may lose profits because you can't get to somebody that's waiting at the counter ready to buy something. So they leave you and go somewhere else. But here at the county, that's not necessarily the case. Our people just have to wait longer, right? They have to wait longer to get service. They get frustrated. We're not gonna lose them because there's nowhere to go for the services we provide. But private business is different. So I believe that it doesn't make sense any longer. Now, I'm saying zero. I said zero because somebody else has come back with 120 or maybe 240, which I think 240 is too much. I think 120 is too much, quite frankly. Because I believe we should be encouraging people to take their vacation for their mental health. I do. Now, the question that Josh asked, I guess we need to clarify, whatever we're going to do, I think our ordinance says that they can accrue up to 360 hours, and if they leave, they can get payout on that. The question, your point, or did your ordinance recommendation include any rollover year to year, 120 hours, I'm guessing was your max, or 240, I think you all had, 240
Yeah,
yours.
240.
Yeah, so
But-
that's the max.
Yeah, you know, the other thing to think about is when we make the decision is, remember, this is taxpayer dollars, you know?
But it's
And it's not, this is not a business, and you said it's not a business, but we are using taxpayer money. And I think it's important to really, we are as efficient as possible.
Just
A
to-
100%.
I do want to just share, staff's opinion. I think for us, we want to remember how we got here, right? And why did this kind of start, this discussion start? So I do think y'all have shared multiple times that we are paying our employees well, and we're thankful for that, and I think y'all have been committed to that. One of the things that happens when you do a pay study is you end up, and you're the most recent county to do it in the state, you end up getting pushed up to the top, right? So I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing as we compare to our peers that we're pegged to market, and market has jumped very quickly since COVID. So as our peers do their compensation studies, they will catch up to us. That's what happens. That's one of the reasons this got sent to F&O was Rock Hill and others were improving their accruals. They were giving more. And so I think that's why F&O started talking about this was, okay, here's some things our peers are doing, what should we do? So none of our peers are down to zero for payout. So when the F&O talked about it last meeting, y'all landed on 240. That was within the realm of what our peers are doing. It would be on the lower end, but it didn't put us on the bottom. And so I think when you think about this, it's important to think about what our peers are doing because employees, as they look, are going to compare. And one of the reasons our compensation study ended up raising pay is because Charlotte is a part of the pay study area. And so if somebody's looking at what Charlotte offers, Rock Hill and York County, this will be something that differentiates us. That's the decision before you. Do you want to differentiate ourselves? I do think local government employees have always gotten payouts for their vacation. So that would be something new that you would be considering. That's not something that the F&O talked about. They talked about 240. So the other piece about longevity, because you are paying people at market, I think, we talked about F&O, it's understanding that potentially longevity is not something we need. If we're paying our employees at a high level, does it make sense to keep longevity? That's something we talked about at F&O, so that made sense. Some of these new things, we didn't. I would like to hear some of the F&O's members' kind of thoughts on these changes. So I think that's kind of where we're at from staff's perspective.
Tommy, go ahead, you're an F&O too.
Well, I remember when we first started talking about it, y'all to correct me, but it was first presented to us to help the sheriff in his retention and on to get help. And then it got expanded. But I'd also, well, correct me, but I know wasn't that the way it come to us?
Well, there was, yeah, there was yeah.
If I can.
And then the
That's
next
not
thing
what
we know, we
Matt-
hear about all this
That's not,
other.
I'll just,
There was-
to answer Mr. Atkins' question, okay, and this was, and I've said this before to council, but I'll reiterate over here, we had a recruit in the GIS office upstairs, and y'all have seen this individual working over the county now, because she's been in some of our meetings, come to us, and there was a lot of back and forth about the vacation time, because that's a big factor when we're trying to recruit somebody, and she looked at that, and it was particularly with the continuous service. And then Mr. Audette, in an F&O meeting, when we present the vacancies, talked to us about thinking about another way to do something to help with our recruitment and retention. Okay, it was after that I had a discussion with the sheriff and solicitor. The sheriff and solicitor liked the idea. They both took Mr. Audette, I think, out to lunch to pitch the idea over there, and then I think the sheriff said he called you, Tommy.
No,
But
they
this was not isolated or to be just for the sheriff. This was to be for all the county employees. And again, I'll go back to how this started. It was the continuous service and a small jump in the accrued vacation time to be consistent really with our peers. And the F&O group, and I think all of council has seen the spreadsheet that shows us, and we're in the sweet spot on all of those with our peers that we're competing for recruits with. So, F&O met last time, and the only changes made to that were Mr. Audette did away with the longevity. Well, all of council, Mr. Audette's recommendation, I think, did away with longevity for future employees and reduced the payout from 360 down to 240. He didn't touch the accrual. there was some discussion about the importance of allowing people to save up an accrual, was taken at 240. Now, what I believe Mr. Huckabee's done tonight, and this is what we're confused about a little bit, you've pretty much wiped out any improvements to the vacation. I think that's what you're doing. I don't know when you said take out red lines, and don't know if you were trying to do it, came in at F&O and just take the 240, or were you trying to completely wipe out the improvements to the vacation accrual and the continuity completely and just cut the benefits for future
Well, I can
employees?
get clarification on the motion in just a minute, but we haven't even heard from the other council members about what they want to do on this. So if there's anybody else, what's your positions? I'd like to hear from any other council members on the longevity policy period. Any other questions?
So, yeah, let me just make some clarifying points. Well, first of all, we did go out to lunch, but it wasn't in regards to this, okay, so that's just like part of that. The second thing is that, I think that, you know, again, as we need to watch every dime of what we spend for the taxpayers' money, every dime. We're gonna be 100% efficient. I think when it comes to recruiting, though, I think based on our outcome out of our F&O meeting, there was a balance I think we came out of it with, where there was a balance that this would still not hurt us on the recruiting component, but we would still be able to be extremely efficient, 100% efficient with the taxpayers' money by eliminating the concurrency or concurrency portion of it, and then bringing it down to 240. So there was a value back to the public with that, with new hires. At the same time, we felt it was a good balance with it. So that's kind of why we came out of F&O in regards to it.
Well, but what this is saying here is that we reduce the, for the employees, the county employees, we reduced it 240 hours, except for the employees of the sheriff's office, which they remain at 360 hours.
But he said that
That's
didn't
not the
apply.
motion. That's not in the motion.
That's not the motion.
So
on
let's
the
get
floor.
back to what the motion is. The motion was to basically grandfather in everybody. I mean, that's not, I would like, is there a question? I see you looking, I mean, I want to make sure we're all on the same page, but I want to make sure that we're debating the motion that's actually in front of us. The motion that is in front of us is leave the policy as is, grandfather in the current employees to these policies, and eliminate a payout
For future.
for future. Yeah, it's only for future.
Well,
Grandfather in everybody, and then,
Grandfather everybody in at 360, and new employees after this goes in effect
correct,
can't have any payout.
right.
Well, and
And
also
my-
the concurrency.
And my question to staff is, again, if someone accrues 360 out of the new employees at the end of their career here, whether they voluntarily leaving, retiring, gets fired or whatever, we're saying we're not gonna pay them out of any time. They can accrue the time, but they will have to take it or lose it at the end of their career. So I'm sitting here as a new employee hired in 2025. I work here, I accrue 360 hours, 240 hours, whatever that magic number is. And you're telling me, we're gonna tell that new employee that's hired next year, you can accrue all these hours, but if you decide to leave, we're not gonna pay you for them. You would either have to lose them or take them at the end of your career to finish out your career here at York County. We do not save a dime in either one of those scenarios, because we're telling them you have to take it or you lose it, because we're not gonna pay you out. What do we think those new employees are gonna do? They're gonna say, well, I'm off for the next 6 weeks. Yes.
So,
they will
Mr.
say
Roddy,
that. My
do you
question is-
have an amendment?
Do
Do you want to propose an amendment, or do
My-
you?
I like to propose amendment that we just leave it alone, leave it at 360 across the board for current.
Leave the whole
and-
policy.
Leave
Just
it.
leave
Well,
it
what
as
about
it is. I would support that.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
ready.
make that in the
Just
motion.
no changes, leave it.
Well, what about the longevity, though?
I think at this point, I'll just go ahead and go on record with my comments. This policy was something that was proposed by prior management. Josh hasn't been here. There's some problems in this that make it the manager's decision to decide who I'm gonna pick to let do this, that, and the other. That concerns me. That has always concerned me, because what happens if this county manager says one thing and this one says something different? I think that leads to big problems. I guess I'm at the point where I don't think council initiated this. I reached out to the sheriff today because I saw a recommendation, and he said he doesn't think that this is a retention tool, that it matters. He says, so I think what we need to do is just leave this policy alone. I would support, just leave the whole thing alone and let's end this. That's where I'm at on it. But we do have the current motion on the floor that says, I would leave it alone, and then if management wants to bring it up later, y'all can bring it up later, and then explain to us why it's important for retention and recruitment. And I'm all for saving taxpayer money, but I just feel like this has not been presented in a way where people can understand it. People out of F&O didn't realize they voted for it when I heard. They didn't understand the purpose of it, what we're trying to accomplish by it, and I think it's taken a lot of our energy, and we don't really know how it's gonna move the needle. Mr. Atkins?
May I ask the question?
Yep.
Josh, have y'all looked into, though, just like on the retiree and then pulling and changing what they had done there, which I don't know where that stands now, but in the long run, what does this look like? As far as,
Do you mean financially?
yeah,
How much will
I
we
mean,
save if we don't do this?
could it get enormous? I mean, could it become a,
We did run an analysis to see what the typical employee leaves with. You know, that was one thing, but I don't remember the exact number you found, Kevin, when we did that. But
Do you
I think
have an estimated
well,
number?
what I'm getting at is we were saying that, or we got the message that it's unsustainable the way they were doing with,
No, I don't think it was
The
an unsustainable
retiree.
number. No, I don't think it was an unsustainable number. I think one of the things in York County is y'all have kept this county lean. So we don't have a lot of FTEs in York County compared to our peers. So I do think those that we have are trying to use their vacation time best they can. And then when we did the analysis, we weren't necessarily concerned with what we saw in terms of the typical employee. Because a lot of our employees are trying to use their vacation time while they're here. I don't know if, Kevin, if you got that number readily available.
I mean, I think when we looked out and Lisa Davison had to leave, I think it was about $300,000 was getting paid out approximately, okay? Keep in mind, we have a $430 million budget
Is that
this year.
annually?
About 75% of that was to the
Yes.
sheriff and solicitor employees, okay?
Yes.
Did you guys hear Christie's quote?
That was the 75% sheriff and solicitor of that payout?
No.
Was that the comment?
No,
Vacation payout is 300,000 annually?
Approximately. I can't remember the exact number in my head, but
that's for
somewhere in
people
that area.
leaving.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
had they taken that time during the course of the year, what would that payout be? 300,000.
Yes, sir. Mr. Roddy's point
It's
is
the cost
correct
neutral.
for those who don't get that. And this is the thing about, I'll tell you about vacation. The firm I was a partner at, we had a use or lose it policy. We were a small firm. You had to use it by the end of the year. Our employees oftentimes aren't in that position to be able to use their vacation for a variety of reasons. And, you know, that's not uncommon around government. And again, we're trying to remain competitive. We still have very high vacancies over here. We do pay our employees very fairly, but as the manager pointed out, we are the leanest county in the state, the leanest county in the state. And, you know, listen, I know some of y'all crack jokes, employees doing this or that, but we are the leanest, and by default, that means our employees are working very hard. And, you know, the start of this was, I think, a 2-hour change in the amount of vacation accrual to stay in line with what Rock Hill, one of our competitors, is doing, and to have continuous service, because a lot of the employees we're competing with right now, if you work in the government accounts, we've worked in the private sector, it didn't, which didn't make a lot of sense. Now, you know, what Mr. Huckabee's got in mind would take us back to exactly where we're at, and I think this is the motion before y'all, exactly to what we had before, but going forward, nobody gets anything basically for longevity or vacation payout. Now, so I think y'all have to address that first motion before you can go into what I think I've heard Mr. Roddy
I'll amend my
and Ms.
motion.
Cox say.
I'll amend my motion,
Go ahead.
and I will reduce the 360 payout to, I'll agree to 240 as it came out of F&O.
Okay. A second.
I thought we had a motion and a second on leaving it like it was.
Actually, what we have is that
Oh, yeah,
motion, we have an amended motion from the motion maker now.
Okay.
So this reduces it to 240. Longevity is being phased out, and then you're proposing the existing ordinance go as it is, no changes to the ordinance. The only changes being grandfather in existing employees on longevity, and now the motion is to reduce the payout from for everybody, reduce the payout from 360 to 240 on new employees only.
And a clarification, y'all are of the understanding coming out of F&O that you want us to approve the current ordinance, not the changes that were recommended. Is that correct?
No, we kind of waited to get here to kind of hear what everybody had to say.
No,
I did.
I think what you,
So new
the
employees.
motion's on the floor of what you.
Let's vote on the motion.
What do
Let's
we
vote
vote
on the
for? What do we vote now?
Yeah,
New employees can come in and go up to 240.
240, correct.
Current employees can retain the 360
360, correct.
And longevity.
And longevity,
and longevity. New employees don't get any longevity.
correct.
But the motion does not include any changes that was suggested to council to approve originally. So it just stays in the current language that's in the ordinance now.
Correct.
My stance is leave the longevity where it is, leave the 360 where it is. Let's go back to the drawing board. I say do nothing. Sometimes that's the best thing we can do, is take our hands off it and do nothing. We don't always have to vote on something or make a change. I think the best position we can be in is to do nothing, and if staff wants to bring something.
Let's do it.
If staff wants to bring something forward, that's a different ballgame.
Corn won't
The
go in the
current
wet
motion on the
field.
table is Watts's motion. I'm hearing council say they don't want to deal with this thing. We're just gonna not change the ordinance. And y'all can send it back. If it's important enough to management to reconsider this, then I think needs to be a better job done of explaining why we need the changes to the current policy. But, I mean, the current motion on the table,
Call for a vote.
the current motion on the table is Watts's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
How many? Who said aye?
2 ayes.
2 ayes, motion fails, 5-2.
Wait a minute.
Do we have a motion to, what?
I thought we decided to just leave it like it was.
Well,
we have
that's
to turn
that's
it
the
down.
next motion.
Yeah, that's the next motion. Okay, so I'll do a motion to deny the request, the changes.
Motion to deny the changes. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'll just say thank you, Tom. I've never seen someone make a motion to second and turn around, but we'll go with it. Let's
All
deny it.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 6-1. No changes.
I've never seen that before.
I would say that I think it should be, never mind. We already said enough. Let's move on.
I didn't.
We already handled matters number 1 and 2 in new business. Number 3, council to approve the purchase of software and services for interoperable radio communications capabilities to Motorola Solutions, Inc. of Columbia, South Carolina, for a total cost not to exceed $348,981.98. This funding source is through the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 4, council to consider approving first reading of an ordinance to amend the Code of County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 51.05, Water and Sewer Rates and Charges, Terms and Conditions of Service, Sections B2 and B10, in order to amend the water rate schedule and sewer rate schedule and to provide for matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Roddy?
I'd like to hear from staff about the, obviously, the proposed increase. We're increasing because of,
Staff is recommending an increase due to increased cost of water and sewer provided by Rock Hill. They're passing along a 5% and 10% respectively for water and sewer, as well as increased operating and costs and capital costs within the department.
so we received an increase from the city of Rock Hill, 5% for,
5% for water
5% on water
and 10% for.
and 10% on sewer. So these are basically, we're passing along those increases.
We are passing those along, however, we are passing along some additional costs for operating and capital costs.
Okay, I just wanted that for the record. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I do want to make sure I say this every time we have something like this. This is enterprise funds related. This does not affect anybody who has a well, a private well. This only pertains to people who have and are currently under the county water service. And I always make sure to clarify that. This will be funded through the enterprise fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Number 5, council to approve first reading of an ordinance to amend the Code of County of York, South Carolina, disposal of waste at County Landfill, Chapter 50, Section 50.33B, in order to provide for an increase in fees for the disposal of municipal solid waste and construction and demolition debris at the county landfill, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Didn't we have some earlier conversation in our committee about increasing these fees? Now, didn't we turn something down earlier this year or late last year?
We're gonna reevaluate it. That was in last year's budget?
Last year.
Yeah.
Yes, last year there was a proposed change to the amount of the cap on what individuals could bring in at no charge.
Because I remember I know when we had this conversation, there were some who opposed the increase in cost as well as holding the line on tonnage per month.
Correct, that's not proposed in this year's budget.
So
There's
it's
no
just-
changes to,
Just an increase in the fee.
that's correct.
All
I
right.
think there is a departure in this current year's budget that is now not charging the convenience centers the dumping fee, which used to be incorporated. Can you share with me what the net effect number that is?
I believe that number was about $300,000. Eric, you shot me about $300,000. And let me sort of try to explain to you the philosophy behind that. Our convenience centers are only paid for by millage in the unincorporated area. Eliminating that tipping fee sort of helps relieve a burden from them, and also in some shape or form the municipalities, because these are heavily used by municipalities, particularly for large and bulky, which is very costly. When they encourage their residents to take them to our convenience centers, which we allow, we accept anybody in York County to drop their stuff off, it helps share that expense a little fair across the board rather than just burdening the unincorporated area.
So, yeah, I just have one comment here. I had brought up last time, out of this, so I think we ought to have a discussion though, again, around stickers for people that access the recycling areas, because a lot of those people that work there are still having problems identifying if those cars should be there or not. And the point would be that they'd get a sticker, they could go and pick up one, they could put it in the car, and it would make their life a lot easier. So again, I want to make that suggestion that we bring it up or look at that.
And I'll reiterate, we had that discussion, and obviously I worked when David Harmon was here. We had that discussion, how do we identify cars? It wouldn't be advantageous for us to even try to go down that road. Obviously, in one of the analysis that was said, if we turn anybody away at the recycling centers or convenience centers, we're gonna find that trash on side the road.
That's exactly
A mile
right.
down the road. And it would be so difficult to, imagine, no. We've had that discussion.
Yeah,
We've
but
had it.
but the problem is though, is that these people that work in the recycling areas, they're actually telling people, you don't have plates from here, are you from here? They're having to have these discussions, and if they're not, then they've had discussions and heavy discussions with people, which they're doing their job because not everybody's supposed to just dump their stuff there.
Well, I wouldn't want to have our recycling center attendants put in those situations, because that could get very heated or tense at a recycling center of somebody trying to properly dispose. And that, we have mainly a lot of retirees working at these centers. I wouldn't want them to be chef-like mentality of enforcing. They'll
So,
ask.
I'm gonna call time on this one, but let's deal with the motion that's in front of us right now.
Yeah.
This issue, let's, if we can. And I think that conversation can be brought up at a strategic plan if it's that important, but.
Okay.
let's-
Yeah, I'll bring it up then, because
Okay.
they're running into this issue.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 6, council to consider first reading of an ordinance to establish operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2024, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2024, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, and provide for other fiscal matters relating to county government.
to do a motion to approve with an amendment to add
If what-
on.
If I can
Oh.
just ask that we do this the way we've always done it. We
Okay.
have a motion to approve as the main motion, and then any amendments from council, we'll just deal with those independently. That way, we don't have to come back to the main motion.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any other motions?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion from within this motion to amend, to add in the difference up to $100,000 for safe passage based on their request. I think we've got $75,000 already proposed, so it'd be a differential of $25,000. Then I'd also like to propose the funding of the 2 new persons in the coroner's office, as we mentioned in our last meeting. And the last request would be to fund the $40,000 for the drug, what's the name of it? Keystone, for Keystone, correct. So those would be my 3 requests for modifications.
Thank you. I'd like to offer
Do
another.
we have a second on that amendment?
Okay. Yes.
On all
Second.
of that together?
You wanted them all together?
Second.
You want your
Yeah.
amendment with all 3 of them together?
Yes.
Or do you want them all individually?
Well, we can do individually, I mean, if we can.
Okay, let's take the first one then. Will you
Yeah.
your motion is,
Yeah, it's a.
motion to amend?
Yeah, safe passage, to get up to their $100,000 ask.
Second.
Motion and a second. Just for clarification, so council understands, 75,000 is already in the budget, so we're talking about a $25,000 increase.
Yeah, and just to clarify, y'all, we do need some feedback in terms of where the funding's gonna come from for these additions, or if you're gonna
Right.
ask staff to find that and come back with you.
Where it's gonna come from.
Yeah, we just can't throw money.
Well, it's always a good question, right?
Yeah.
It's always a good question.
Ask-
I can't tell you right
Well,
now,
we-
we're gonna have to look at the budget.
Well, we're going to
There
have
you go, is that good enough?
to withdraw
Yeah,
that
there
one.
you go.
If it's part of your motion, you give us
Yeah.
feedback to go find
Yeah,
the
so,
savings.
so,
That's what
yeah,
we need to
please
say.
look at the budget to see where we could
Yeah.
meet that. Okay, so then, the next motion. Okay,
Well, we
what-
got, we
gotta
gotta,
vote on
we gotta
this.
take it up.
Okay.
All right, motion and a second with direction to management to find where we would,
What-
options for where that would come from.
My comment to that would be, I don't think we should vote on an amendment to the budget if it hasn't been properly vetted and found, the money hadn't been found by staff. I think that would be totally out of line, because if staff comes back and now says, we can't really, then now we have to make another motion to take it back out, because we're essentially adding $25,000 more to the budget prematurely if.
So I guess I support this. I'll make a suggestion if we need to do this. And you can consider it as amendment, because I support this. 25,000 come from the critical needs area of the budget. There's 50,000 that's not been allocated in any of the options that have been submitted. So there's a differential of 50,000 there. So that could
So
come
we'll
from
take
that.
25 out of there.
Yep.
Okay.
Will you
Yeah.
accept that?
Yep.
Will you accept that as a second? All right, motion and a second on this amendment. Let's continue to have discussion on the amendment. Any other discussion on it?
Yes. So a motion to approve budget scenario 1 on page 13.
We got to deal with this motion, this amendment. We need to, and I know it's hard. I'm the nerd ball that likes procedure, but the amendment that's on the table is purely the 25,000
Okay.
that safe passage requested, and to allocate it from a critical needs line item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, your second one, Mr. Audette?
Yeah, a motion for $40,000 to go to Keystone, and the money then partially would come out of critical needs, would be.
There'd
We
be
don't have that-
$15,000 shortfall.
If I can just ask management, I noticed in your report from the conversation that we had at the workshop that this 40,000 actually is something that should be and is going to be encouraged to be paid for by the opioid fund.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
something you can
Madam
get an
Chair.
answer to?
Yeah, we can talk with staff. I know we already talked with Dr. McGuire, and we said we'd help help her. I think the key here is we're gonna have to meet with the SCORE program administrator. But we think that money is potentially there. We might not have that certain answer in the next couple of weeks, but we could approach that program administrator and see if there's an opportunity. And if not, then yes, we can look at adding that 40 in.
And what I'll add to that in my discussion with her here, what I assured her was, because it's gonna take some time to work this process out of drawing these funds down from the state. And I want to remind everybody, there's $1.8 million that is earmarked for Keystone. We've got to get the process of them drawing that money down and applying for that vetted out. What I assured her when we talked over here, and that's going to take time. We won't have that by third reading, but what I assured her and I'll assure council, if for some reason by the time she needs that, because she needs to know the number by the time the school year starts. So if we can't get it from the state for some reason before then, what I will assure council is we will find her $40,000 to make sure we get that to her before the school year starts. So I would respectfully ask that y'all set that aside during the budget process, and we will report back to you before the start of the school year as to we got the money from the state as part of the 1.8 they've got to draw down, or we found a $40,000 somewhere else in the budget. And really the bigger problem that I'm more worried about right now is we're receiving this money for what, Michael, the next 17 years? And we've got a couple years and 1.8's accumulated. We have to vet that process out and make sure that's worked smoothly with Keystone and the state, because they're designated as our recipient. And we're committed to doing that. But again, I would ask that y'all trust staff to take care of Keystone either through the 1.8 million or find 40,000 budget somewhere else before the school year.
Wait, are you saying that there's a 1.8 million that is, we're gonna have annual installments, or the total amount that we will get is 1.8?
No, Ms. Startup, it's a little less than $1 million a year Keystone is earmarked to get.
Do we not have to make that determination annually?
Y'all do. Y'all designate Keystone. Y'all did this, Trish, what, a couple meetings ago?
We did it in probably the fall, I believe, where we were going to give the SCORE funds to Keystone. But the money for the opioid funds, they update their report, it seems like quarterly on the state's website, or maybe every time the SCORE board meets. And every time, and Mr. Kendry can correct me, every time a suit comes in or whatnot, then each entity gets the funds. And so what we do is we get a report every time they post on the website how much money we have in to expend or whatnot.
So for purposes of what Mr. Audette's motion is, the 40,000 is something that we think will materialize through another source.
Yes, ma'am, and I've already contacted the administrator to ask for a meeting.
So should I pull back my, okay.
I just want to add to that. I'm not sure. I'd like to have a discussion about this potentially at our retreat about where that fund. I think Keystone does a fantastic job. Don't get me wrong. And if that's the only place that we can designate that funding, that's where it needs to go. But I know that Catawba Mental Health has also requested some stuff, and they regularly deal with mental health issues too. I just want us as a council to make sure that we fully understand that, and when we have the next meeting. But for purposes of that motion,
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with what?
Yeah, I am comfortable.
Withdrawing that?
So I'll pull back my motion on that. And the last one is the hiring of two personnel for the coroner's office. And as far as how we want to allocate those funds, again, I'm going to have to request that you look at that and come back to us.
Was that a directive or a form of a motion?
What's it?
Is that a directive or in the form of a motion?
That would be my motion, to request the two additional hirings for the coroner's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I thought the question is where the funds coming from?
And management to decide the funding.
In management to decide the funding, correct. Correct.
I have a
I think
question.
Ms. Condor.
Okay, when was the last time that we approved someone for the coroner's office? Do you know?
2022.
Is it 22?
22.
There was a staff person in 2022 and a field person investigator, I think, in 2021.
Okay. There was some question on the caseload when she spoke. Did you guys do any research on that?
We did, and what we found was the cases haven't necessarily changed that much over the years, so the trend history is pretty flat. And we can share that with you. I do think, one of the things you might consider is there a need for two, or would one make sense maybe? The other thing that staff would throw out there, if we're gonna talk about it, is do they need two vehicles? Because that's the big cost here, is the two additional vehicles for both staff. So that might be something to think about too, if we want to look at potentially not doing all of it this year.
But they did lose one. She did state they did recently lose somebody.
Did she say she hired it back?
They still have the position there.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
just had to replace
Yeah.
it.
So my question would also be, and I don't know it's certain, so every staff member has their own county vehicle that they drive home every single day?
I don't know if they're driving them home, but I do know, I think, Trish, I think that there was 8 vehicles that they have, and I think each one has their own vehicle.
I believe that's for the investigators.
Yeah, for investigators, yeah.
Yeah, because they can't take their own vehicles.
And so that leads one of my other questions, and I didn't want to get a lot into the other night, last Tuesday. Obviously, staff has looked at all the quintessentials of when to add someone and looking at the caseloads, not doing this and more flatline. I'm sure that staff was that part of the reasoning for not approving additional positions?
Yes, sir. We try to be, when we look at these things, and Ms. Startup and I go through these, and I don't know if it was myself or Trish that did that, but, we'll look at for the magistrates, for instance, their workload, how that's trended, where that's going. And the coroner in 2021 had 2,431 cases. Based on the number she gave projected for 24, it's 2,428. It was 2,443 in 22, 2,341 in 23. When we went through the budget, we didn't have our numbers for year-to-date, but what we had was the previous 3 years that showed it was actually slightly down at that point from 21. Her projected numbers from 24 are three less cases than 21. But that's exactly how we look at this. Again, we are a very lean county, and we look in something like this where we can measure the workload as clearly as we can with the caseloads. That's the main factor we look at in hiring new employees. If your workload's gone up 10% and you got 10 employees, you're warranted one additional staff. Is a rough estimation when we're evaluating the needs for staffing.
So when we saw the numbers of how we stacked up with full-time, was those numbers take into account part-time, who uses part-time, who uses full-time? Where are we at with staffing? Because all I've heard is that this county has this number.
In the packet that went out, that Mr. Edwards sent out Friday, when we did it and we used FTEs, I don't believe the coroner's, and if you look at the details, she had part-time, like for Spartanburg County, for instance, we used FTEs, and we were in the sweet spot with the majority of the counties. That's on page, I forget which way, but there's a comparison in there, and we're not the leanest, but we're certainly not the fattest either in there, but I consider that to be in the sweet spot. That's something else we looked at during the budget process as well.
So if I could add to that conversation, so you asked about workload, and you're asking about workload too. So, and I'm not being a proponent for the coroner's office, I'm just trying to share the facts. So she sent an email to Karen Brogdon. Karen Brogdon sent the email to us. I took the email, it had the data in it, and it had the data of 8 counties, okay? So when you take that data, and I took the time to multiply all this out, we had 2,341 deaths in 2023 with 11 employees. That's 212 cases per employee. That's the second busiest coroner's office in the 8 she reported. Okay, and those 8 were Berkeley County, Horry, us, Lexington, Greenville, Charleston, Spartanburg, and Lancaster. So similar counties. Okay, so 212. We were the second busiest, and when you hire 2 employees, we're 4th busiest out of 8. For what it's worth.
So just so I'm clear, the motion to approve the positions was seconded with a directive for management to find the funding.
That's
I guess that's the current motion on the table. I remember looking through the budget memo from the workshop, and it looked to me that the recommendation, the only proposal in there was a millage increase. Is that what we're up against? I'd rather know that now.
It depends how many amendments y'all have. I can't really
I know,
answer
but
that
we're-
until y'all finish asking for things.
I guess what I'm concerned about is we're being asked to find exactly where to take $25,000, but then here's 378 that we're not being asked to find a line item for.
At first, you didn't come up with a way to pay for the 25. You asked us to do that, but
She said critical needs.
Yeah, but then you came up with
Right.
critical needs. So
We weren't pressured to do that on these others, so I didn't know if you got something in mind right now that you could think about.
once y'all share everything tonight, we're gonna go and we're gonna try to find funding for that. But if y'all keep going and we have 20 things, then we might have trouble finding money for that. So
So just work from the top down. That's right, I got up first.
We work from critical.
That amount is about 378,000 from what I remember.
Which is why I threw out maybe we do one position this year, just to make sure we have funding for that. But that is something we can propose if we can't find the money, so we don't have to decide that tonight.
So we have to motion it back out if you can't find the money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we do? So I have a question on the vehicles. So on the vehicles, how many did you say, people there were, how many did you say there were?
It's at 11. They have 11.
How many employees do they have?
I think right now, Ms. Stark, you could be wrong, you said 8 vehicles currently?
Currently, yes.
So I mean, I
So-
believe that's the investigators, and, you know, and I don't want to profess to know how the coroner's office does their jobs. My guess would be there's a schedule and there's a rotation. If you get a call to go do some of the evening, you're going to drive the company vehicle in, or maybe you go to a pool. I don't know how to do that, but, you know, that's something, and that's a discussion management's had. We're going to take a hard look at our vehicles right now, the fleet size we have over this upcoming summer. You know, I know there was a position a while back that y'all added for her, I think the one in 21, that did not have a vehicle, and later y'all added a vehicle for that. So, you know, we could, if Mr. Audette would want to wait on this motion, maybe till second reading, we can do some more research on how hard of a need is it when you bring a body and you have to bring a vehicle in as well. If you wanted to wait on that, we could come back with a firm answer. Yeah, we talked to the coroner, and they do a pull system where you drive to the office and pick a vehicle up before you go to the scene, or no, they don't. We can come back with a specific answer on that. Right now, we would just be guessing about how they do that.
Mhm. Well, I mean, if there's some concern about, you know, you come back and you afford it, but it impacts us in maybe it would be a smart move to pull back the motion and you investigate it. I can do it on the second reading. Okay, let's do
So,
that, because this
motion
is a
withdrawn?
bigger one. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
pull
I like
back
the
my
idea
motion.
of- Right. All right, so motion's withdrawn.
Yep.
Any other motions?
That's it for me.
I do, but now I don't know if I can do this, but can I make a motion for Kevin to find me some money to hire 2 mechanics for the maintenance shop, York County? Because they need some extra mechanics.
Was that a recommendation
Is
from
that-
them? Like, did that
no-
department recommend that? Did they ask for that?
Yeah.
Did they
Well,
ask for that?
they've talked with me, and they said we've added more vehicles to everything, but they ain't got the mechanics enough to fix everything.
But that would have
should
to come through the budget
That should come
request.
through that department budget.
Yeah, I think it comes through their department
So
request.
that's not a request we've received
Okay.
from Public Works, is it, Mike?
Well, y'all
So let
figure it
us look into see if we got that as part of the
Okay.
budget process,
Look-
and then if we have, we'll share those materials with you, and we can talk about it next meeting.
And the second thing, I may be out of line on this, which Allison and Debbie already know about this, is to looking into if there's, because our discretionary money ain't enough, can help on the Western York County Ag Arena deal that the school and all's doing.
You can do a small
The
project
barn
grant.
rate, yeah. Because it is basically, if it works out the way it's projected, to also be economic development if it goes. Don't y'all take it that way? I do.
They've got a really big budget. They got $7.2 million. They've got $1 million so far.
So we did get a couple requests from Public Works, and maybe Mike can share what those two were, and we can give you some of the background detail before the next meeting if you want to see what those were, but.
One was a mechanic and the other was a part-time part specialist.
And so
And
those,
those were just, those were
they were not
not, those were
recommended?
not recommended by management.
And that was after consulting with the department head and the priorities, and and again, we are a very lean county, and we will always put in the budget positions that are needed to provide our core services, and it was just determined that that was not at the time for this year.
Well, since we all pulling out our laundry list of requests, I remember several months ago asking staff, I was just before you got here, Josh, about a park in District 4. We haven't had any more of those conversations, so is this the proper time for me to say, hey, I need you to find $1 million, because we need to get started on vetting property, and I know we're talking about adding more parks and doing certain things, but we really need to get that conversation back on track. Maybe this is not the right time, but I don't want staff to forget about the park. Y'all have forgotten? Oh, you forgot, not forgotten, okay.
And there's options council can consider to set aside money for the future for parks, if that's something y'all want to think about. We can come up with options of how you might do that.
It's only one park.
Well, but
Everybody else has already established parks in their district. District 4 is the only
Well,
one.
it's the last park we're
It's
ever
the
going to
last
build, is that
park,
what
it's
you're
the last
saying?
park.
Yeah, but I think that's something that we take up in our committee, though. Watts, I think that's a discussion that,
We already have a consultant working on it.
yeah, we've already, yeah, and that's something you
I
brought
don't
up.
I said when I mentioned this, I don't need a consultant to tell me where this park needs to be. I know the location, I know where it needs to go. It's just, what do we put in a York County-owned park in District 4? I don't need a consultant to tell me that. We don't have one, so I don't need a consultant to say, yes, you do need one. We don't have one, we want one, and by God, we're gonna get one, some way, somehow.
Yeah, but that.
Mr. Roddy, I think unless you have a motion, unless you have a motion to propose that specifically deals with something, I do know that we have our countywide parks assessment that's coming up, and I am sympathetic to, I do think that there are parks in District 4, they just aren't in the county. But I do think that you have support on this council to look for that. I know that there are surplus funds that exist, but I think the request that's being made to you all is help us figure out what funding is available for our future park system. And if it's not enough, we'd like to know it before we pass third about what we need to do to plan ahead for that.
Madam Chair, I need clarification on a question associated with economic development. Is it okay if I ask staff?
Which question?
So what I want Josh to explain, if you don't mind, just to make sure I'm following your recommendation. You sent us an email on Friday, the 17th at 6:35 p.m., and there were a number of attachments. There was only one PDF, and in that PDF on page 7, budget scenario 1, I want to make sure, I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure I understand before I put this in a motion. I've got it right here.
So staff, we were responding to a question that y'all asked. Yep, yeah, so we were responding to a question y'all asked at the workshop last week. And so one of those questions was, y'all noticed that we dedicated, the Economic Development Fund to operations because of the amount of funding that's in fund balance in the Economic Development Fund. So y'all asked us to come up with recommendations how we might reduce that amount. So what we were looking at in the recommended budget was adding about $1 million from that fund to cover operations of the Economic Development Department. So one of the things we did as staff, and I appreciate Trish for her help, is we tried to find an option that would reduce that to 50%, so cut it down so that that full amount wasn't being covered, but the differential 50% was. So we do think we have a healthy fund balance. We think we got some opportunities. So what if we used about $500,000 from the Economic Development Fund balance, and then also $500,000 in cuts on things that were in the recommended budget. So that was my proposal, and these are the three things that I would cut in order to afford that change in the recommended. So that was kind of why we put that forward.
Okay, thank you. Just
Can I ask one question, though, Josh? But those funds, though, I thought those funds on the economic development are based on fee and lieu, and those revenues, I thought, were supposed to be something that the council themselves would determine where we want to apply those. So, for example, if we had other ways of building our economic development program outside of funding them through their cost, I mean, outside of that, maybe there's investments we would use that money for in order to expand economic development for York County, but not put it towards their salary.
And I think so obviously, I think that was the discussion we had last week. I thought y'all had given more direction than you had, and so I've learned that since last week that you hadn't. And so one of the things that you could do, if you're open to the 50%, you you could do this option, and then we could have a broader conversation with the Economic Development Director about how you want to strategically use those funds moving forward. Because even if you do 50%, there's still a lot more money that's gonna be coming in that y'all could give direction to. So, I think that $500,000 a year, that's not gonna change your ability to have a lot of funds sitting aside. So Kevin, how much was in fund balance today, and then what does it look like every year moving forward?
There's a little over $4 million in fund balance right now, and I think it gets in that chart over there.
Yeah.
You're gonna, and this is assuming the full payout where economic development pays for itself. You get to close to $25 million in a matter of like 6-7 years, I think.
But Kevin, you said how much is in there now? A little over 4 million?
Over 4 million, yes, sir.
4.
So to, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just to jump in the middle of this conversation, it's always been our philosophy that growth pays for growth, economic development pays for it. We now have a situation where economic development can help fund economic development. And if that entails paying part of salaries, why not? Because what I think I'm hearing is that we shouldn't use any of those funds for economic development operational or to pay for economic development. Is that what I'm
I
hearing?
didn't say
Do we
we
have,
wouldn't,
let
we
me, hang
wouldn't
on.
use them. I
Can
just
we,
think we need to
is there a
have
motion,
discussion.
or are we just continuing
There-
to
there's
ask?
gonna-
There's going to be a motion.
I was asking
just
the
wanted to
question,
clarify.
I was asking the question,
Scenario
is
one.
that not what we're talking about? Well, the comment was not using those funds for salary.
I don't
if
think
heard
that's what I'm trying to decide. What are we looking at? What's the motion?
Yeah, this is just a question.
Is there a
but-
motion? Because
I'm-
then you're
I'm getting
asking
ready to-
council to
it's not a
I'm
say,
getting ready to make a motion, but I do want to clarify. Will you finish? And I want to
No,
clarify.
Mhm.
Is that
I just
okay?
had a question, go right ahead.
All right. So I'm on the Economic Development Committee with Tom and Allison. And I wasn't around when the Economic Development Fund was drawn up and the purpose for the fund was drawn up. But what I'll say is we should take responsibility that we haven't taken the initiative with our Economic Development Director or Department to put those funds to use. I asked him months ago, I said, give me a list of the top 3 things you want to accomplish. And I can tell you, there's a need for some of that money, and we just need to have a
Mhm.
meeting and talk about it.
Yeah, there's,
So I do not
Was that,
think
was that talked about in an Economic Development Committee meeting, or was that?
it has
between
been
you and
talked about.
the
and
whole-
we could-
so that
yeah,
list
we
of
had a
things?
consultant come in and report to us, but we hadn't done anything with it since then. That was 8 months ago. So my point is, there are priorities for us to consider, not necessarily to do, but to consider. But I do not think that fund was established to offset the expenses, the benefits and the wages for economic development staff. I think that's just.
The purpose of that fund was created, and I think, oh my goodness, there's just 2 of y'all now that are on council that came to, when that was voted on. That fund was established to fund economic development.
That's
okay?
right.
Period.
And that's
Which
agreed.
includes, and if y'all
no,
remember-
that's not true. It was not to fund economic
Well, you can
development.
look at the ordinance, it's clear, that's what it's there to fund for.
No, the ordinance
We had a
is not.
discussion
It's
at
for project
Heckle
development.
where there was
Project development, but I'm not sure, here, let's get a motion, because it's
Okay.
really hard to talk about things in the hypothetical. And
Here's my
maybe you're
motion.
gonna
Here's my
say something
motion
that's.
for a portion of the consideration. Motion to approve budget scenario 1 on page 7 of 13 of the PDF provided in an email from our county manager on Friday, May 17th at 6:30. In the amount of $478,418. That money would be generated from not fulfilling, well, you'd reduce the county manager's critical positions account by $104,267. You would not fund the new position of the assistant county manager of $258,523. And you would not hire a new position, grants administrator, for $115,628, for a total of $478,418. And I'd ask that county staff find the difference and it not come out of the Economic Development Fund.
So we're taking away a county management position? That's what- I don't understand.
Just
what-
haven't added
The
one.
budget scenario 1, is your motion budget scenario 1 to approve that?
Yes, and to find the difference somewhere else other than the Economic Development Fund.
Would you consider your motion to approve the budget scenario 1 and then ask management to go back and look before third
Sure.
reading? But let's
I'll
move
amend the
forward with.
motion to approve scenario 1.
Do we have a second? I changed it.
Approve scenario 1. That's the
Oh, we're
motion
gonna
on
do
the floor.
scenario 1? Okay, I second.
Motion and a second.
So what I'm hearing is we're not gonna use funds, and I guess staff could, this could be part of you guys' recommendation. So we're not gonna use funds that were collected for economic development to be used to go to offset some of the expenses.
Yes, we are. We are doing
Okay,
that.
that's in.
We're
what we
using
just
half
voted.
of it.
Yeah,
And
we're
we're-
using
Scenario
400.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cause this started out like, no, we don't wanna do that.
No,
Now it
That's
seems
why
like
I'm
we
trying-
wanna do it.
I've been asked to include that. We'll go back and visit that second
Yeah.
portion in a minute.
Right.
Okay, cause I'm gonna make sure this is right. We're not gonna,
For purposes of tonight,
we're
this
not
is,
using the three-cart money here and sliding it in, so, okay.
Thank you for listening. We're trying to move the meeting along.
Well, I don't have to go back to work till Friday.
Okay, you got a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay.
any other discussion? I support this motion. I too was surprised to see this in the budget, that all of it would get paid for. And here's the problem that I have. I think this should be council decision. I think we should have a full discussion. Council may decide just to get rid of it altogether and get the money back. I don't know, but I think that the purpose of the ordinance was very clearly for council to have that discussion and see where we can go. And I think we should do that at the retreat. And so I think this does, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
As Director of Economic Development, you want to make the second motion on the difference, or you just want to agree to take it
No,
out of the economic
we're gonna,
development
we'll
fund?
talk about that in the.
In
our
between now and the next,
Workshop, yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Ask,
we're do- yeah,
ask
that part
management
of
to
it.
come back. If they've got money somewhere else, it sounded like y'all might have some money somewhere else. There's $300,000.
Again, now we're talking 478,000 more. I don't know if we have that.
Yeah,
but
we,
but we can talk about it.
we don't have that much.
Well, I
equipment.
think, no, we'll carry that for the workshop.
Matt,
Are there any other motions?
Well, I never got no answer on mine.
I was just going to make a comment. I'll be short. I mean, it's only 10:32.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
We got plenty of time. I made this comment sometime back at a workshop, and I feel like I have to make it again. In 2016, the council of 2016 voted on the 4.4 mills that were just retired recently. And I think this is a good example of a council of 16 cannot commit a council of 2024 to what our needs are going to be. Tonight, we've talked about some needs in the county having to do with what you're dealing with in Regent Park, what y'all are dealing with in part of Christie's district and your district bump, having to do with flooding. Not that it's the county's fault, but maybe there should be some studies done, and there's no money to do it, so we have to put this off until next year's budget. Maybe we need to add a stormwater fee for, to help pay for what we talked about today, completing a study and actually mitigating the issue. Point is, maybe parks, you're talking about parks and recreation. Maybe we do need to look at some of that 4.4 when we get into our strategic vision that Josh has talked about. So we get into the strategic vision and we begin to set priorities on what may be significant needs for the county, and we use part of the 4.4 to fund that. We don't have to take any action, I'm
That
just making a
4.4
statement.
has already been returned.
out.
It's already, it's passed. So you would have to propose another
Increase.
tax increase in order to,
I'm not sure that's correct, though.
Yeah, the full point.
It's paid off, but
We're not collecting for it anymore.
could we still collect a portion of the 4.4 now without any action?
If you flip in your budget book, and it's been the same thing for years in there, county council does not determine that millage. The county auditor statutorily determines that millage, and that's based off the debt payments, okay? So I don't know debt payments. Y'all have the ability to, as y'all talked about at a workshop at Heckle a few months back maybe, y'all can raise the general fund millage. You have plenty of cap in the general fund, because we've actually reduced that. And with the inflation and growth we've had, you've got plenty of taxing ability in the general fund. But the debt service millage is off limits.
Can't do it.
And then one thing we could do, though, is we could talk about current capital funding that might be used for some of these ideas that y'all have that might need more focus. We think we have some of that funding on hand over the next couple of years, as you finish the Parks Master Plan and some of these other ideas, to figure out what we would actually want to do with the funds.
I know one thing we've done, and I've been proud to mention this to people who don't follow us that closely. This council has always been able or in a position to roll back our millage, to keep our taxes low. That commitment we made in 2016, 2017, to take on this debt, to pay it off on time, it wouldn't be the right thing to do, since we rolled back our millage from the last assessment. And now that we have another 4.4 rolling off, or 4.0 rolling off, to be able to give our taxpayers another break. And it will be on this council, like staff just said, if we want to recapture that, we have to raise taxes for the general fund. We can't slide that money over. And I don't think let's let our taxpayers continue to realize a break in in October when these tax bills go out. I think we need to celebrate our accomplishment. We made a commitment to pay off certain parts of that debt. We've done it. Let's let people continue to realize the tax break. But if this council wants to vote an increase, which I think we've fought tooth and nails, and we've made it work with less tax dollars going to the general fund. So let's keep that same trend going and celebrate where we've come from and paid this debt off. I think our taxpayers would appreciate that. But if this council wants to entertain any kind of motion to raise taxes, it's gonna be a hard, tough sled to do it. So that'll just be my comment.
To that comment, the 4.4, we most definitely said we were gonna pay it off, and we paid it off. We paid off the geo debt. So the 4.4 mils rolls off, and not only have we had tax cuts for our citizens for the past 3 years, we have cut the millage for our taxpayers for every year for the past 3 years. And so this 4.4, we've paid it off. We have paid off I think there was $9 billion in interest that we're avoiding having to pay just by paying it off. And this does allow, though, but I will tell you, I've gone to folks and I've said, how much is the value of a meal? Let's put this in terms, it was $7.
$875.
$875,000.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at this. For $100,000 owner-occupied home, the value of that was, total value of all that millage rolling off was $17.60.
Yeah.
So,
You're gonna have, y'all have reduced taxes, the last 5 years, we've dropped taxes down. The budget you have before you now, not
yeah,
the one
no,
that you
but
passed.
this goes to this conversation. I don't think there's gonna be emotions made out of this, but I want it to be very clear that basically, you take $17.60. That's how much money that a taxpayer for $100,000, per $100,000, that's what they're saving.
That's just
That's
on
on
the
the
house.
4.4 only, not the entire 13.4 y'all have reduced over,
Yeah.
you've talked about a time period.
I'm looking
She's talking about
I'm looking at that.
You would take the 13.4 mils and multiply that by $4, so you can get $42, $43, something like that, and change per $100,000
Per
of
$100,000.
tax break is the cumulative effect of what you talked about, those
Some-
years of reducing taxes.
But I'm not talking about the cumulative, I'm talking about this year. What does 4.4 mils look like on a tax bill to somebody? Tell me the
I thought it
dollar
was
amount.
$144 per like 400,000 or 350,000.
I think it's less than
But we
that.
also have to take into consideration
4.4.
businesses.
Yeah, that's the 17.6 per $100,000
70, okay.
on the house, and then the car is gonna, I think I used an example, I sent over, it was a $30,000 car, that's at 6%, and then on the businesses, I think it's $500,000. But I mean, these tax reductions, and people look at it two ways, so it's, that's not that much money, but cumulatively,
And I'm
it's-
not asking you to defend that. I just want to make sure that we understand what the value of that is to a resident, because some of them would rather see one of those mills go to preservation or go to parks or go to something to help find a stormwater solution to an area that doesn't have that. And that $17 might be better used for a service, and that way you're not requiring them to have a full tax increase. They still get a tax decrease, but you're also addressing some services that folks have asked for. And so I do think that we need to be mindful of that. And I don't know that there are any proposals that anybody's got to make, but I just want to be real clear that I do think it's unfortunate that we didn't get to have our retreat before now, that it is what it is. But, I mean, I want to make sure folks understand what that value is. And if they're out here and they're like, I need help with this, would they rather us deal with it now, they still get a tax break, and we're able to accomplish a service? Or are we just gonna cut it out and then next year raise taxes completely? I think those are things to think about, but I don't have any specific motion or anything to make tonight, but I think it is a good point to raise, and I think there are things that we need to be looking at so that we can serve our community. And I'm one of the ones that has staunchly supported tax cuts, and I support a tax cut this year too. I just think we have to be.
I would say if we're gonna do that, let's do it with the intent of raising it for this. Let's just don't raise it and then say, we'll figure out what to do with it later. If we're gonna increase any general fund to try to recapture some of that, we should have an intent to use it for X, Y, Z. Let's don't tell taxpayers that, hey, let us raise it, and then let us figure out later what we're gonna do.
I agree
with it.
100%.
So
I think it
let's-
needs to be specific.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
So quick clarity earlier, though. When it comes to Keystone, by second reading, you're going to know, when are we getting, as far as that 40,000, or what,
No,
how are
sir,
we going to approach
The
that?
commitment I made you on Keystone
Yeah,
is, just like we told her, we're gonna work with her and the state on drawing down, let's just 40,000, there's $1.8 million waiting to be drawn down.
right.
That won't be resolved before this budget is over.
Okay.
What I asked you to do and what I told her is if we can't find by the start of the school year, which is when she needed that money by,
Yeah,
we will find the $40,000 for her before the school year, and we will keep you updated and post on that before that date happens. So you
Okay.
won't be in the dark on that. You'll know if we either got it from drawing it down or if we had to find it somewhere else. But they will get that $40,000 one way or the other.
right. Okay, all right, gotcha. And then as far as the coroner's office, by next reading, we'd have a better idea on that? Okay. And the other, thank you. And the last thing I want to mention is, I had brought it up in last meeting, was around with the fire departments and the additional capital funds that we set aside for them, okay, or they're required to set aside. I think we have situations with our fire departments where those capital funds could surely be used for operating costs because they need additional firemen to be hired. So I guess this is my ask, is that we could look, I'd request the staff to look, or management to look at, is there some flexibility in allowing them to tap into some of those capital funds when they have a real need to hire new firemen?
So, and we can talk about this, but if we're thinking about the general fund and we're thinking about our departments, we would never bring forward a request to use, fund balance to fund positions. So I want to make sure you're talking about capital versus fund balance.
Well, I mean,
Because,
go ahead.
here, and I'll answer this question a little, kind of a roundabout way.
Yeah.
But I know part of this question from the fire districts has been, the value of the mill isn't what the estimate is, and it comes in higher. So when that happens, that differential falls to their fund balance in theory. And so in the fund balance, they can then use it in what we would recommend for one-time funds, because they need trucks, they need equipment, there's one-time things. We wouldn't recommend using those one-time funds for positions which aren't one-time, they're coming every year. So we would really want the fire districts to use their millage to cover personnel, because it's gonna be here every year. That fund balance won't be there every year if they use it for personnel. And that's what we're trying to weigh is,
But aren't they normally seeing additional fund balance going every year?
Yeah, what we can do is we can give you data on what.
That's consistent.
On how much is going in every year, and then how they're using it or could use it. I think what we would like to do is have a conversation with some of these districts about their capital needs and how we fund those long-term, using that fund balance.
Well, I think that this is a discussion that needs to continue here,
Sure.
because there's needs out there for them to hire new people, and they just don't have the funds to do it. And if these are continual funds each year, then there's consistency there. I think we need to look at flexibility. That's my point. So if we can look at that and see where there's some room for them, I think that would bring a lot of value to the ones that really need to hire.
And we can pull those numbers together in terms of the districts, what's going, to capital, what's going to fund balance, and provide that data for you.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
know Councilmember Atkins had a question I don't think we answered, so I don't know if you want to restate your question, sir.
Well, I can wait and ask you off record. All I was gonna ask is, would it be possible, since what they're planning to do with this arena is to actually make it where it would be economical fundraising in the county, would it be possible to route it through economic development? Because actually, when the barn was lost, York County did say that they would work out them and have something for the ag youth and all, but it never ever, it's been talked about a lot, it's been shuffled every which way, and nothing's ever become of it.
I'll say this, Mr. Atkins, I support us exploring between now and then. I think having an ask and understanding what their need is, where their funding is coming from, I would support looking into that. I think need to probably gather some additional information and talk to management at before second reading, just to ask you, what is the surplus? There is a surplus this year, capital excess. I think there are opportunities there, as well as the same question that Bump requested too. I mean, I think those are things.
Sounds like that's a one-time funding request, so yeah, something we could do with capital.
And they've already got some pretty big players that's
They
looking
definitely have
into
state
it.
support and local support, and it's a great thing for our community.
All
Is there
right.
anything else before we?
Yeah, real quickly, I want to talk about the rec tax, and I need clarification. On page 7 of the budget book, 39,100, Kevin, the transfer in of $403,986. Can you explain that right quick, please? And then I may make a motion.
Is your mic on?
We discussed this a lot last year. You have transfers, okay? Funds, think of funds as silos, okay? There are 10 rec entities in the county that are receiving rec funding, all right? City of Rock Hill in their budget's gonna have something put in their budget for the rec funding they're expecting to receive. That's a line item in their budget. Just like we have in Field Day Park, there's a line item in their budget for what they expect to receive. I told y'all at I think Josh's workshop went at, nobody seemed to want to allocate it based off population or this or that, so we were just gonna put in the budget what we had last year, and everybody shares the proportional growth. That's how that 404,000 came to be. That was basically the same proportionate share that Field Day Park had last year from the rec fund, okay? So that's what that number is in that fund that you're looking at. That is money coming out of the rec fund and going to Field Day Park.
Okay. Then I'm gonna make a motion. I'd like, and let me preface this and say, the reason I'm making this motion is because we said last year we wanted to make an allocation based on a formula. There's only been one formula presented, and that's been the formula from the Rec Tax Committee. So the Rec Tax Committee came back and they came and presented to council, and they recommended to council the one you have in your packet. So the page you have in the packet. The problem with this recommendation is, the biggest contingency in this recommendation is the difference between what Clover gets and what Lake Wiley gets, which right now is showing $222,484.30, split both ways. Alice and I talked on the phone a few weeks ago, and anyway, I just kept some due diligence trying to get to a conclusion so we could get this put to bed, or at least I felt comfortable putting it to bed. And discussions with representative from Lake Wiley, discussions from Clover. So here's what I'm going to suggest in motion. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the rec tax recommendation as presented that's in our packets tonight, and I would like to add that $181,501.70 is paid to Lake Wiley out of H-Tax to give them a balance of $403,986.
Second.
Oh,
just this year. Just this year, it's paid out of H-Tax to give us time to deal with recreation after the consultant's done and we're able to put a master plan together for Parks and Recreation for York County. It's short term.
Mr. Roddy?
We've gone down this road with H-Tax the last 4 or 5 years, and we've said year after year, one more year. Let's do this just this year. Let's give this money. We're deviating left and right. We got to get a handle on how we're going to do the H-Tax. I mean, the rec fund. Now, obviously, trying to kick an additional 181,000, was it 181,501.70? Back to Lake Wiley. When Lake Wiley kicks in, how much through the H-Tax?
Oh, you mean into the rec tax, 650,000 into the rec tax, which people of Lake Wiley are taxed, the 1.5 mils, so it's 650,000 that we put in just in the Lake Wiley area.
So while we on, so Lake Wiley's take to split between Clover, you guys are gonna split with Lake Wiley and Clover? That's where the
It's not
split.
an even split, but it's split, it's divided. It's not an even split. This shows it as an even split, which makes no sense, but
So even splits here, but then we're gonna dip over into the H-Tax to give you an additional 181.
To make up what's in the budget here on page 7 of $403,986.
And what's the H-Tax coming out of Lake Wiley?
Well, so they're getting some of their money back, if that's the case. I mean, they're unincorporated, so all the restaurants are paying into the H-Tax.
Yeah.
So you're good with that?
So
Just for
why
this
wouldn't
year?
Lake Wiley, why wouldn't Lake Wiley keep more of that to make them, where does this rank from last year's funding?
Well, last year's funding was not done on a formula, and Lake Wiley and Clover agree. Clover says Lake Wiley citizens come to Clover, and, but vice versa. Lake Wiley says that Clover citizens come to them, and Clover says Lake Wiley citizens come to them. So they think like Fort Mill and Tega Cay. Fort Mill and Tega Cay agreed to a 50-50 split because they see citizens going both ways for recreation.
you think it's a 50-50 split?
I don't
between
know.
Clover and
I
Lake
just-
Wiley? Well, you're making a proposal and you don't know?
I'm going based on what the leadership of Clover
Well, they would be on the lower end of the percentage, so that's.
and the leadership that's involved with this that you asked me to talk to with Lake Wiley said. So,
So we,
and if it's worth, well, I won't say what their recommendation was too, but
Okay. I'd like to hear what management's got to say. Josh, what do you think? The citizens of Lake Wiley would think about this.
I would speak more broadly to the opportunity to fix this process, and I think that's what we need to think about long-term. I think what we're trying to do is come up with a one-year solution, and I hear a number of ideas coming across, but I think the focus really needs to be on how do we make sure we're not here next year. I know y'all have spent significant time the last couple of years dealing with this, and I know that's not a real answer, but I think whatever y'all decide, this process is messy, and I don't think it needs to be. And so my recommendation would be to make it simpler. Think about other options. Think about long-term, are we ever going to build another active recreation park? Those are the questions I would pose based on yours. So I would ask you questions back. Are we going to get in the business of building another field day someday?
So
I don't know. Is that always going to be the one active recreation park we have? Those are some questions I think y'all need to answer for me to be able to answer your question.
so
Wait a minute, okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You, go ahead.
Oh, okay. But Watt's proposal would get Lake Wiley to what you guys proposed to give them, correct?
You're giving us.
just not from the rec tax funding.
Yeah.
And
Just-
think of it- think of
No,
it as-
what you have in the budget is what the funds that,
I think it's a viable one-year solution, yeah. I think it gets us there, but we still got to fix the problem, which
right,
generated
it's
this
to
every
fix the
year.
problem, but it gives Lake Wiley
Band-Aid.
what you had budgeted for them in there.
So-
Yeah,
What
it's a
do we budget
Band-Aid
for?
though. I think it's a
And
Band-Aid.
there will be a ripple effect, and we'll send out an email of all these motions you made and how they can be paid for, but the H-Tax fund, that money was already, that fund was in balance as well. So that there will be a ripple effect that's gonna
So how much
probably
is- we got
end up in the 1420, which are capital projects fund. But we can't answer all those questions tonight, but Josh and I were just talking about, we're gonna send an email out. Josh does a great job of this, of outlining the impact of all these motions, so y'all can digest
I
that for the
think
next meeting.
one thing that I'll say, in the budget, in first reading of the budget, there was a specific allocation, and the only allocation that was made was for Lake Wiley, not even Lake Wiley and Clover. So the sole
Page
line
7.
item in the budget was for Lake Wiley to have 400, I don't have the number in front of me.
It's
Lake
right here.
Wiley to have,
403,000.
I'm sorry,
$403,986.
so if council doesn't give the Lake Wiley that amount, then somehow we have to have a tax increase to them. So I'm fully in support of not giving it, even though I think there's a whole lot that we need to unpack. And I think we need to do it at our retreat so that we are not here again. We finally have, county manager's gonna help us do a plan going forward. But I do not want those folks to experience a tax increase because of how the first reading in the budget works. My only change to what Watts has proposed is that maybe y'all look at what is the best option for where those funds come from, because I know that there is a substantial surplus this year, and we're talking about a one-time way to make sure that there's no tax increase to Lake Wiley under the first budget. But I think, under this scenario, that the population numbers would be, the population is the only number I've ever seen shown as a formula. But to me, this is unincorporated population instead of total population. That, to me, makes more sense with the current ordinance, because the current ordinance is only taken from the unincorporated area. And so why you would use the population total county, that's, I think, was a point of contention from the proposal that was raised earlier, is that really doesn't make any sense to use that population number, and that would yield a lot of money going to the municipalities, skewing it instead of getting to this result. So that would be the only request I would make, is that you amend your motion not to define where it's coming from, but to ask management to determine where's the best place for that delta to come from.
So I have a quick question. Two questions. So how much does the Clover Lake Wiley area generate in H-Tax? What's that dollar figure?
A little more than $1 million, approximately 1.1, or that's somewhere in that range.
So with that much money coming from that area, and they're getting back a total of 40386, less than half of what they're generating.
Not to
No,
mention-
sir, they are getting, there's H-Tax, of which they've got none.
We get zero H-tax.
And there's the other money, and the 404 was coming from the rec tax, and they put in the pot $600 or something thousand, and they get back 400 on the rec tax. So it's what was in the budget right now. So if you combine the rec tax and the H-Tax, they're putting in over $1.5 million into that pot, and they would be getting back a little over $400,000 are kept whole with Mr. Huckabee's proposal.
So why is that? They're generating it, but getting out of, let's say, you said 1.4, 1.3, and they're only getting 4.
No, you're mixing, the H-Tax is not, that funding is
I
from
might can help you.
unincorporated rec tax.
I can help you with your thinking, Bob.
My thinking is, why wouldn't we give them, to make it right, let them keep the H-Tax? Can we pay our bills if they kept all the H-Tax they're generating over there? Can we pay our bills, divvy up all the money that we're dealing with, and still pay our bills and give money out through the rec tax? We would be creating a shortfall anywhere if Clover Lake Wiley kept their H-Tax.
I think and I know, Councilmember Cloninger, I kind of answered your question with a higher level question. I'll do the same there. I think as a county, we've got to think about the whole county. And I think the more we think about areas and making sure funding from that area stays in that area, the less we're achieving the overall vision of all of York County.
What about the fact that all of our rec tax funding is going to one park that's on the other side of the county? So all of our, if you can really think about the county, then you'd let.
So you're talking about H-Tax now.
I'm talking about both. I'm talking about both because on the rec funding, we put in 1.5 mills, we put that into the pot, and then the majority of it goes away. And we're in a hole. We haven't even been brought up to the same level as everybody else. So we are paying in and not getting back. We are below grade. We haven't, whereas everybody else is benefiting from our money, we're down in the hole still. And then we take a little over $1 million and we put that towards a park down in another district. When we got parks, we're doing a study in our budget of 18 acres, the other half of Field Day Park.
So I do want to bring us back to rec funding, right? So the idea of rec funding is to help cover some of the costs that the municipalities are footing when folks in the unincorporated areas use their services. So I think, that's what we're trying to talk about right now. I know we've gotten into H-tax, but I do think if that's what we're trying to do, folks use Field Day, right? So we're trying to address that. But Field Day is in a different situation because it's its own taxing district as well. So that adds a layer of complexity. So there's a lot of complexities on this piece of paper that we can't solve in the next 2 weeks. And so that's why I'm just asking y'all to come up with a short-term solution for 1 year. And all these discussions y'all are having, we need to have, I think. I want y'all to have these conversations, but I don't know how productive that's going to be as part of the budget process.
Because part of his amendment, part of Watt's amendment was using H-tax. Did I not hear that part? So
Yes.
We could
H-tax
use-
now is coming into play.
But we could use fund balance, we could use funding from a different account as well. We can come back and tell you where we think it should be from.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to say either the $181,501.70 shortfall either comes from H-tax or from a fund that staff feels is more appropriate to meet the budget obligation on page 7 in our books.
Second.
So why do you think there's only a $181,000 shortfall?
Because you're getting $222,000 out of the
We're
rec
paying in
tax.
650 watts. Would you
That's
like to make an
that's a
investment of
completely
650?
different conversation, because
It's
listen,
not.
if you go back to
It's
H-tax, listen,
It's
I
not
was not on
H-tax.
council, but I was not on council when you all decided to use H-tax funds to purchase Catawba Bend and to keep funding what
We're
you're
not
doing.
talking about H-tax, we're talking about rec funding.
No, we were talking about H-tax a second ago, and H-tax was collected in the unincorporated areas of the county from all the restaurants in the unincorporated areas of the county. The money was collected, and what happened originally was a committee said, okay, come ask us for money because we're gonna use this money to invest back into the areas where the H-tax was collected to promote people going to the restaurants in that area. That's what it was for originally. Now, y'all decided to take the H-tax away from the CVB, and you committed it somewhere else. So
That's
that's a
been
whole
weird.
different discussion for us to have on another day.
That's right,
Today, I'm trying to make you whole
but you're not
and trying to
making
make
us
yeah, you are. You are
whole.
whole.
You realize we
and
put in 650,000?
There's nothing we can do about that, because if we
Well,
deviate
define whole?
if we deviate from what I am suggesting, there is no formula, there's no rhyme or reason how you're gonna allocate the money, because if you get 403,000 out of this money right here, where's everybody else get their money?
But
That
what we
means
put in,
Smyrna,
you
Hickory
understand
Grove,
we put in,
McConnell's, York,
we put in 650.
and Clover are gonna get less money than they're supposed to get. That's a separate issue that Josh is talking about. That's an issue that we definitely need to deal with, and we don't need to kick the can down the road anymore. I said to somebody on the phone this week or last week, by December 31st of this year, we should have a solution to this problem.
We've
so we're
said
not
that
dealing
every
with
year
it.
for the last 3 years.
Well,
Who said that?
Every year for the last 3
We,
years.
we have a county manager who came in saying he wants to put a strategic vision together, and part of that has to do with parks and recreation, right? Would we agree that would probably fall in the top 5? So it's highly likely that's gonna be one of our objectives that we need to address. So I'm suggesting, as Josh said, we need a short-term fix to this problem, and whether it comes out of H-tax or comes out of something else, you're made whole, otherwise you could get less. You don't want less.
So if we're going into H-tax for 181,000, why not go into H-tax for 250,000?
Because it
There's
doesn't
nothing in
call
the
for that.
budget
If
to
you do
match
what
with
the
that
rec tax
expenditure.
committee suggested, it doesn't call for 200.
So,
Okay.
folks, I really do, what is in the budget currently is 403,000 for first reading. And I think what you're hearing is that council supports that. I also think that what you're hearing is our council as a whole wants to make sure that every single park is well taken care of, that we go back and we take a look at this. How are we gonna fund our parks all of our parks in a way people feel good about, in a way that people feel that way. I don't think that you can come in here with the budget decision that we have to make, when first reading what is put in this budget is $403,000 needs to go to Lake Wiley. I think we need to make that happen, and I fully support when we have our retreat that we're gonna look at all of the entire park situation. What are the needs of our current parks that aren't being met? How are we gonna meet them? How are we gonna address them? And I think all of us are very interested in taking a holistic view at it. It may be that the way that this rec tax fund is being collected, maybe we get a recommendation that that needs to be totally changed for how, but we gotta focus on what do we need? What do our people need?
I just want y'all to, I want y'all to just tell me one thing. I want you to admit to me that you realize that you are taking over $200,000 from a lot more. You're taking more than that because you're giving some of our own H tax back.
I don't agree, because we'd have to
But
have
you
a
take it-
conversation about the impact
You
of
do it.
Duke Power.
Listen, it's in my district.
Yeah,
Do
but
it.
the money
And if
doesn't
something's
come
in
from
your
your
district,
district, it comes from
do
all
it.
of our districts. So
So-
that's a
so
conversation
it's
we
not
can
that
have at
much.
some
It's not
point.
that
It
much.
is actually about $300,000, I think.
I think
So-
it's extremely
so
dangerous.
I just want you to admit to me that I'll sleep better tonight if you admit to me
I
that
think,
you understand, don't interrupt me, that you understand
excuse me,
the form.
you're asking council to make a decision. That's not an appropriate question. We have a budget in front of us. We have a decision to make. We want to make sure that Lake Wiley is whole.
Admit
This is a budget.
that you realize that you are taking, I'm trying to figure out if you understand that the formula is taking $250,000 from the
I think-
Lake Wiley taxpayers. That's my
That-
I
question.
think that the property values in your area are extremely high. I definitely agree with that. And I think that there is a lot, well, I mean, I think that is. And so I think it's extremely dangerous. And one of the things that I want to look towards as we look at a budget for our parks going forward, I don't think that you can push services to a place simply because the property taxes are higher in one area. What a child in one house needs is going to be the same need as the child who lives in a much reduced property value home. So what I've heard here today is we want to move forward with this budget. There is nothing in this budget that you've asked for that you've not been given. If you have a different request, then I think that has to be made.
I haven't been given.
Is there a park request, a park funding request that you have not received funding for in the budget?
I would like for Lake Wiley, I don't care if we are part of the allocation that goes out to the other municipalities. I don't care about that. I would like for Lake Wiley to be made whole for the third, fourth, or fifth year in a row. That's all I'm asking, is give us that what goes in. And we do have more expensive houses than some
Further
areas. But you know what? We're also funding our own parks. That tax district is funding
And that,
Not-
park.
that was,
Not to get off on a tangent, though, there are plenty of
Let's-
things Lake Wiley's not funding.
let's just.
Plenty of things that the county provides Lake Wiley you're not funding. That's why you don't want to get incorporated, but we're not going to open up that can of worms tonight. Let's stick to the rec tax issue.
Make me a list of those things.
I'd be
We have a-
glad to.
we have a
We can go
motion
through the budget.
on the floor.
You calling for a vote?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 5-2. Do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do have one item, receipt of legal advice, litigation/legal update.
We're not doing committee reports. I'm going down that list.
I'm not seeing a committee report. Is there one?
Yeah,
No
there's-
citizen concerns, council member new non-agenda comments. We do have an executive session.
Okay.
I'll reserve that right for the next meeting. We'll
Oh, my
move on.
goodness.
We'll move on, so it's getting late. It's getting late.
Thank you, Mr. Roddy.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I just gave a motion. Second. Do we have a second?
Main motion of the budget.
Oh, that is exactly, I'm sorry, on the budget. So, all those in favor of the main motion for the budget?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do have motion for executive session. Motion to receive legal advice, litigation/legal update.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll go into executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
To go home.
Motion, is there a second? Motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.